Roses are red, violets are blue. Welcome to the Super Series, where we've made it to day 2. The opening day saw Gates and Bates stake their claim, but there's plenty more contenders that'll have their say. But enough of the poetry, enough of the rhymes, because, well, it's becoming quite tedious. And now, it's highlights time.
After an attempt to follow that, Henry, ADC qualifier Gary Hayes, well, he immediately fell in love with the Super Series. Some fine finishing on display, but he heads into day 2 on just 2 points. The same goes for Conan Whitehead, who showed plenty of heart as usual, but may need to go through the card to keep group winning hopes alive. Colin Osbourne is sitting slightly prettier. 2 wins for the Middlesbrough man have put him on 4 points ahead of an opening clash with Conan. He won't be quite as happy as Larry though. Butler rose up the table by winning his final 3 matches on Monday. Owen Bates has picked up a few not-so-secret admirers in his fledgling career. 4 wins and he is courting top spot in Group A. But that place belongs to Leonard Gates. After the last dance yesterday saw Gates join Bates on 8 points and eyeing a date with finals night.
Chris Murphy there with all of the highlights from the opening day's action. Scott Mitchell is with me once again up here on the balcony to look ahead to all the action we are about to see. And Scott, it was some first day standard-wise, wasn't it? It
was, and the end of the day, it got better and better. Good thing about today is those are the first games today, so we're going to see this group really open up.
Most definitely. Let's dot the I's, cross the T's and show you the table then following the opening day's play here at the Live Lounge. Leonard Gates and Owen Bates, the 2 players, are on 8. But Larry Butler had a very strong end to yesterday and he shouldn't be ruled out at all.
No, he's the elder statesman of the thing. I see him downstairs strapping his knees up. He's getting ready for a long day. So, you know, I think he's going to be there and thereabouts. It was new to him and he's going to obviously take to it today, I think.
As for Conan Whitehead, we saw some good performances from him yesterday, especially towards the end of the session. Now he's looking to translate that into results.
Yeah, of course he is. Conan's been here before. He's not anybody that's worried about that situation. He knows nothing could be won on day 1, but you watch now. He's capable of winning 4 out of 5 both the next days and putting himself in a commanding position.
Most definitely. So we will have a look at that table, of course, as the day goes on. But we're going to have a look at day 1 in more of a general way. We've got the numbers and the statistics from the opening day's play here at the Live Lounge. So on screen now, Scott, 90 legs play, which is a fair bit. But just having a look at the overall standard, the overall average is 85, 36% checkout ratio. That is good stuff.
Hey, 1 out of 3, that means when you're going to the board with 3 darts in your hand, somebody's hitting a double. That's a great stat.
It is, but also it shows to the players that opportunities have got to be taken. There's no second chances. Yeah,
absolutely. And the other stat that's interesting is leg 1 against the throw. You know, 40 of the 90 legs 1 against the throw. That is a strange stat, but that shows how when a player's losing a leg, they're bouncing straight back and winning it straight back.
Which you saw yesterday due to the sheer fact of the number of 4-3s that we saw in our action yesterday.
Yeah, there was a couple of games where the first 4 legs all 1 against throw, and it was getting to the point where who's going to hold their throw. I think it's very important that they concentrate on that, but like I say, 2 days to go, nobody's won it on this day.
Exactly, and there's going to be plenty of drama to come. Well, let's see what the bookmakers think about proceedings before we get underway here at the Live Lounge. Now, Leonard Gates, the 4-7 favourite still. However, the man who's come in on the betting, perhaps not a surprise, is Owen Bates.
Yeah, very much so. He was the unknown player yesterday. We didn't know how he was going to take to it. Are we going to find that was a little bit of a honeymoon period yesterday? The reality is setting in for him. He's right up there at the top of the group. How is he going to react to that today? Is it going to affect his play? We're going to find out shortly.
Having Leonard first, could that be a help or a hindrance to him?
I think it would be a help, knowing that you've got the toughest player from the day before, first game, and it just gets your mindset ready for that for the rest of the day, really. It really does set you up. If you have a good first game there, the confidence will stay for the next 4.
And just quickly, because the players are ready to get this underway, we've got Colin Osbourne, Conan Whitehead up first. If it's anything like yesterday, it'd be a bit good.
Yeah, why not? You know, they know each other inside out. They're sat next to each other in the practice room, having a good chat and a chin wag, so they're just going up there, a couple of lads having a throw.
And we are looking forward to 15 fantastic day of games, sorry, on this Valentine's Day. To be fair, we won't be seeing 15 days of darts here probably as well. But we're going to see 15 fantastic games here on Valentine's Day here at the Super Series. Owen Bates is your referee for all of the action. Scott Mitchell is going to make his way down to the commentary box to make it a date with Chris Murphy. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody. Of course, it is indeed Valentine's Day, if you weren't aware already. But Cupid is not the only one firing arrows on Tuesday morning. We've got plenty here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a second date for Conan Whitehead and Colin Osbourne of the week. The pair of them meeting in the final clash of yesterday, one that could be pretty pivotal because Osbourne got the win in the end, and it meant that he moved on to 4 points after a disappointing start for both players. Whitehead, the 36-year-old from Raynham in Kent, the Barbarian, former quarter-finalist in the BDO World Championship,
Colin to throw first.
looking
Game
to get
on.
lift off. A change in the refereeing position today. Marco Meyer doing a job swap with Owen Bates, who is back on the microphone and ready to call a 180.
140.
Okay, 140 will do. Strong start from Osbourne, who is looking to build on that. Suddenly the picture could be looking a lot prettier for him, having found himself on 2 points after the penultimate match of yesterday. He could be on 6 and level with Larry Butler after the first of today.
It's a good game for both of these guys because obviously both of them have stand a chance of being big movers in the table on the result of this one. So early doors today, it's day 2, and it's quite a big and important game.
Yeah, Tuesday at the Super Series in Group A, you can't win the group, but you can certainly lose the chance to finish top of it. So we'll start to see a clearer picture.
123.
Good attempt there from Osbourne to set up. It's a really strong start from the Middlesbrough man. He's found a 180, a 140 and a 123 to leave 58 after 9 darts.
So 58 coming in, it's tops. The first leg of the day.
18.
He's a little bit skyward there, but Whitehead back on 186. Just trying to put a touch of pressure on this 40 for Osbourne, but Oz coming in for a 13 dart leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin Osbourne.
Well, it's like he was listening to what you were saying to Henry on the balcony, because you mentioned the importance of
second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
focusing on holding throw with so many breaks happening yesterday, and Colin Osbourne certainly didn't have the brakes on, did he, in that start? Fantastic stuff.
56.
Yeah, I'd imagine the breaks of throw came. It's, you know, the first day for a few of the guys yesterday, and so you're settling in. Today you should be settled now, and Colin Osbourne definitely has settled in today.
180.
But it might not be as much of a surprise as a league table would suggest, because if you dig down into the stats,
98.
Colin Osbourne had a mean average across all of his 5 matches yesterday of more than 90, 91 in fact for Osbourne, and that is the highest
42.
of the entire group. So maybe his results did not reflect his performances yesterday.
Yeah, and that can all sometimes depend on who won the bull up in the back room, Chris. On these shorter games, you know, the bull up is quite important, particularly when you're having a 3-3 match, and he had a few of those yesterday. I think there were a few of those in the groups, and the bull up is then all important in that final leg. But
7.
You just spoke about his averages there, and he goes and hits a 7. Beautiful.
An average buster, but the couple of 180s will have gone a long way too. Cancelling that out, however, scoring it when he did, just got Conan Whitehead a chance to get back into this leg. Which Osbourne opened with the 180, but then has only scored 49 points with his second 2 visits.
60.
And then now struggling to find a treble 20. It's you gotta love this game. It is absolutely, it does your brain in at times as a player.
100.
Consistently inconsistent.
So Osbourne will be once again looking to pressure that 81 of
52. Conan, you require 81.
Conan Whitehead, but Coe will. No, is he going to go the ball route? No, there was no need for him to go the ball route.
49.
He's setting it up and
Colin, you
saying,
require
"Come on then, Colin, if you want it,
160.
you go and get it."
And about 2 minutes ago, you'd expect Osbourne to hit 2 trebles because that's what he was doing. Whitehead just a little nod there. I think that was a display of
Colin, you
relief.
require 32.
Massive display of relief. And here we go. Double 8 incoming. Double 4 incoming.
24.
This is how Conan started the day
Colin, you
yesterday.
require
It wasn't that he
20.
was throwing badly. It was just the odd missed double. And he's given Osbourne a chance here.
He's lucky that hasn't snuck
Game's
into
on
the
the
double
second
15,
leg.
and he finds
Colin Osbourne.
the red bed to double his lead and get that early break after 3 misses on the outer ring from his
So look,
opponent.
it's Colin to throw first.
Yeah, my
Game on.
dear old county manager John Clark always says it's better to be lucky sometimes than good. And on that occasion, it was better to be lucky that that didn't go in the double 15. And now another 180 for Osbourne.
Yeah, who's been both in this match, lucky and good.
56.
118 each and every leg from the Wizard, who did once conjure up a 9-dart finish in this tournament, albeit in the previous venue in Southampton.
This game just has a way of hurting you there. Conan missed 3 darts at a double. And then not only loses the leg, comes back to face a 180 from Osbourne. Just to reiterate it, and that happens to every dart player up and down the country. It can do you nut a little bit if you overthink it. Osbourne's back here in the treble 20.
121.
It was 4-3 their meeting at the end of yesterday's action. Whitehead
140.
actually missed darts
115.
to win that game 4-2 himself. Ended up losing it. So he's now actually lost the last 4 legs against Osbourne, and it looks like that run may be extended to 5.
Conan struggling to find his range.
Colin, you requires 16.
Osbourne coming in at double 8. You'd fancy his chances.
Game on the third leg. Colin
He duly
Osbourne
delivers.
Well, both times on throw, he's finished the leg in
Fourth leg,
5
it's Conan
visits
to
to the
throw
off tee, and that
first.
means
Game
that
on.
Whitehead would have to produce 12 darters to get a break of throw.
140. What
What a good example there of a good start to a leg and what pressure that immediately puts on your opponent. Conan started with a 140 there and immediately put the pressure on Oz, who only
59.
managed a 45, but not backed up this time by Whitehead.
$96.
Good say. I know he watches the MODUS Super Series at times. Congratulations to the other wizard in darts, Simon Whitlock, who had a fantastic run for the final of a Pro Tour event at the weekend.
29.
Only losing out to Danny Noppert in the final. Well done to Danny as well on taking that title. And Ryan Searle, who won the first Players' Championship event of 2023.
43.
We know Ryan Searle will be watching because he'll be cheering on Owen Bates.
140.
I wonder who he'll be practicing with this week, Ryan Searle, if Owen Bates is here.
140, Conan, you're 133.
Maybe you'll have a session booked with a certain Gary Anderson.
43.
Well, that'll depend on what fishermen are booked in, I should imagine, at Anderson Towers Fishing Lakes.
Can Conan Whitehead finally net a leg?
Conan, you require 90.
In this opening match of the morning, the first of 15 today. Speaking of 15, he wanted the double, not the single, and now he's in
82.
trouble.
Colin, you require 78.
Yeah, Colin will fancy his chances. He's been pretty clean on the finishing so far today. There we go. Conan thinks it's going, and he was right to nod his head to think it was going.
Colin Osbourne.
Emphatic win there for Osbourne, first game of the day.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Colin Osbourne. Again, around that early 90s towards mid-90s average, 93.94, hitting half of his double attempt and winning every single leg to carry on the climb up the table. Coming next, though, is a meeting between the two players at the top of it as Gates meets Bates for a second date.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are game one and done on our Tuesday action here, as Colin Osbourne got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4-0, doing so of an average just under 94, 3 maximums to his name and 50% on his doubles. Well, next up for us is the two players at the top of the table. Both of these players won 4 out of 5 yesterday as Owen Bates takes on Leonard Gates. Let's make it a date with Chris and Scott. I've got no more rhymes, sorry guys.
Enjoying a Valentine's Day date with Scott Mitchell. I have to say, I wouldn't want to spend it with anybody else.
You're very kind. Right on cue, that is. My lovely wife had just sent me a Valentine's message today. So, yes, back at your shower, my darling.
Oh, so it's not reciprocated then?
No, not reciprocated to you, but you just reminded me that I need to do that to my lovely wife. Fair enough, she does all my bookings, so she did actually book me out today to do this. So she likes me, but just not that much to have me at home all day on Valentine's Day.
Well, we're not going to be selfish and make it just a table for two. You can all join us and watch this all-important day at the top of the league table. Leonard Gates winning the final match yesterday, ending at a 4-match winning streak for Owen Bates and doing it emphatically.
Okay, first leg, it's Owen to throw first.
4-0 win.
Game on.
And Owen's the type, I had a little chat with him this morning, Owen's the type that really wants to reciprocate that, get that straight back, and that's indicated by his opening 140.
Yeah, he made a really strong start yesterday, didn't he? Some fantastic stuff to just put himself in
45.
a really good position, and it took a really strong display of finishing from Leonard Gates. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in that match.
58.
Which is always remarkable with Leonard, because we never really know which way he's going to finish a leg. So
yeah, counting is not the strong point of Leonard Gates.
59.
In fact, I believe he celebrates Valentine's Day on the 15th of March.
Maybe that's because when he'll be home, maybe, I don't know.
But really, he is having the year of his darting life. Mentioned yesterday.
60.
Played on big stages at Madison Square Garden, Lakeside, Alexandra Palace, the Circus Tavern just last week.
123.
Played in the Grand Slam of Darts as well. Really is becoming a real TV personality in this game.
42.
Yeah, and it's great to see, the game needs personalities, and he's definitely cottoned on to what people like, and it's just natural for him either. It's not like he's putting it on. This is just how he is.
I mean,
whether he's on the hockey or on the floor off the TV, he's just the same person.
He's worked his way into a potential breaker throw.
23. Then it requires
in the opening
76.
leg to extend his winning run of legs to 5 against Owen Bates. Double 8.
Game shown the
very
first
nicely
leg.
done.
Leonard Gates.
We mentioned that counting is not his strong suit, but finishing certainly is.
Second leg is Leonard to throw first. Game on.
He's one of those that when he knows what he's got to get, he goes and gets it, and he showed that in this particular
85
rubber yesterday, and he started in similar fashion today.
A really strong start
41
from Gates. Semi-finalist at the seniors, didn't quite hit the heights that he had earlier in the tournament against Richie Howson in the last 4. And probably that
82
probably cost him a spot at the Champion of Champions in Blackpool, you'd have to think, if he'd made it through to the final. He would have been
100.
there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as player, obviously being there, we were all aware that if we could have made the semis, we may be a little shoe in or a pencil in for
60.
the Champion of Champions, but he still had a good tournament. I think he would have been pleased overall. If you'd have handed him that before he got on the plane from Florida, he'd have took it, I think.
Demanding more of himself there. You
81.
could see clearly. Come on, Leonard, after hitting the 1.
$180.
A very rhythmic player is Owen Bates, and when he gets that first one right, he's not far away with the next 2 generally.
81. I mean, you require
Chance
80.
to cancel out the breaker throw, then and end this losing streak of legs against Leonard. Double 10.
Game
absolutely sublime spell.
Owen Bates.
180 followed by 80 and 2. Could not be better than that, and it's all square.
Filling it, Owen to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure his followers will be pleased with that run of 5 darts.
45.
I did make a mistake yesterday. I do need to apologise to Paul Milford. I called him Paul Millward. I think he took a bit of stick at the local pub team
100.
darts last night. So many apologies, Millie. I will continue to try and get it right.
I hope you're not starting a trend where us
100.
commentators have to apologise every time we misspeak.
Well, no, it's just, you know.
I wouldn't have time to commentate on the darts if that was the case.
I don't generally make mistakes. I thought I actually got it right, but there we go.
100.
I was reminded that I definitely didn't after a rewind and a look. So many apologies to Millie, but his little protege has started his Super Series career very well yesterday and looks to be getting his head on it again this morning, early doors.
Yeah, and showing good character. Having lost 4-0 yesterday and then losing the first leg today, it would have been easy for Bates to fold here, but he's actually come back firing.
$85. I mean, you've got 122.
You have to say that Gates is struggling to deal with the scoring power currently of
42.
Yeah, nothing as high as a 140 yet for Leonard in this match. Bates has one of those. He has a maximum as well. Both players hit the double first time of asking. In fact, it was this very checkout that saw Bates take the previous leg.
And he's looking at doing it again, all a bit wayward with the first
60.
and followed the line, which is exactly what we were talking about. I was talking about just a few moments ago about when he gets the first start right. So Gates has now got his first start right. Is he
Game shot the third leg.
Camera angle just to
Leonard
get that.
Gates.
Top corner there for Gates, a big 90 finish. Breaks straight back, and our
It's Leonard to
trend
throw
of
first.
breaking the throw seems to started early again this morning.
Yeah, and that one would have felt like a real steal as well for Leonard Gates, who wasn't at his best at times in the leg, but when it really mattered, that's when he hit.
$87.
Talking to Owen Bates earlier while he was having a little throw on stage before we started, and
55.
he said he used to throw back in the day as a 20-year-old, obviously years ago, he used to throw a stacking dart, a little bit Taylor-esque, and that's kind of changed. He's changed that about his throw. So he's, when we spoke yesterday and got messages from Ryan Searle to say that he throws a nice flat dart when he's got a 60 left. It's something he has in his repertoire. He's able to do it because he then just picked the dart up and started understacking them on the stage as well. So he has a good sort of knowledge of what his throw is actually about, which is very unusual for a dart player.
Yeah, I meant to ask you, did you go and have a go at that?
No, I didn't. No,
100.
I had some cows to feed and some straw to put down, and some lots of things to do. So by the time I got in, I was a bit clapped out.
Pull the other one.
60.
Another Valentine's pun there. Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, no rest for Scott Mitchell, unfortunately.
96.
The lifestyle that he has been called to lead doesn't allow such luxuries, does it?
60.
No, but mate, I live the best life. I wouldn't change it for the world, honestly. I'm so happy in life. It's just, I'm a lucky boy.
Gates took out 90 in the previous leg. He did it by finding the treble 18. And I think just part of pattern repetition is why he's gone that way again. When with Bates on a finish, he could have chosen to go 20s
54.
and would have had a go at the bullseye.
50. I mean, you're 152.
Nicely done. Would that be a 140 almost? So,
Leonard, you require 40.
keeping Gates honest.
Game shot on the fourth
Finishing
leg.
is so
Leonard
good
Gates.
from Leonard Gates. I mentioned it was 4 out of 5 when he played Bates yesterday afternoon. Well, it's 3 out of 4 here.
Fifth leg is Owen to throw first.
But I think we even picked up at the seniors and other appearances we've seen.
96.
That is his strong point. Once he knows what he actually has left, once he knows which double he's left and how he's managed to get in there, seemed to be the problem at times.
180.
And now getting in on the scoring act as well.
180.
Super character from Owen Bates. Straight back at him.
Yeah, certainly has shown a
100.
side to his game that you're not sure whether a player's got when they keep winning. He won all for his first 4 matches, but that defeat to Gates
100.
last night ended that run. The way he's responding to losing legs here is very encouraging.
Indeed, and I know Andy Steed will be
26. Owen, you
watching.
record
He's a bit of a mentor for him and has been at the Q school with him and challenge tours. And he'll be pleased with his progress here at the MODUS Super
89.
Series.
Just a little check there from the referee Owen Bates to the Owen Bates score, called 89, and then just corrected it to 93,
65.
which
Owen, you
leaves
require
double 16.
32.
When you make a little mistake like that as a referee, you have to forget it, don't you? Otherwise, you start overthinking every score and over. Must be
Game shot on
difficult.
the fifth leg. Owen Bates.
I know if I make a mistake when I'm marking, then you then start overthinking things all the time and worrying about it, and it's the same for a
Sixth leg
referee.
is Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's the most underappreciated job in darts because we can sit here with our microphones and make loads of mistakes and it doesn't really matter that much. But a referee only really gets noticed if they do make a mistake.
125.
And it's the same with Leonard Gates with his counting there. When you're sat back and you're not playing, very easy to spot that he's made a mistake. But
60.
sometimes when you're up there in the moment, it's very easy to make that mistake. And then once you make one, you then start doubting every score that you're trying to leave or everything that's in your head. But
125.
no problem if you keep hitting those treble 20s.
Yeah, he's closing in here, Leonard. Bates will keep doing everything he can to cling to his coattails. Maybe should be towel-tailed in this particular scenario. He's one of the players
59.
that employs that little towel attached to his attire.
180.
Doing more than cling. Giving himself the chance here.
Indeed. Those Loxley darts doing the business on the treble 20 on that visit.
85. And you're 121.
So for parity and a last leg decider in which he would have the darts. Can't finish now. So if Gates can carry on his fine finishing,
and
it'll be game over.
107.
And Gates will pull 2 clear of Bates at the top of the tungsten tree.
This is very similar position to what Leonard Gates did a couple of legs ago with the 90.
Yeah, think about it. 47, Leonard. Well, he was going the right way. He just misfired.
75.
Again, is that
When you
doubt in
require
your mind
40.
when you're not really sure whether you're throwing at heel? Is he going to rue that
Game
miss?
shot on
Yes,
the
he
sixth
is.
leg.
It's
Owen
back
Bates.
at 3-3 with a 13 dart.
I'm just going to bring
Leg breaker throw.
one thing in here. We spoke yesterday about Bobby George and his
Seventh and final leg. It's Owen to throw first.
percentage
Game on.
plays for checkouts. Now, he decided to go for 15 there. We've got an even number either side. Had he gone for the 7 and pulled it in the same
41.
direction, he'd have hit a 19 and would have still been on a double. Just those small little margins that can make a difference. Look, I know top professional players will back themselves to hit a single number, but just for the amateur player watching,
100.
those kind of decisions, 2 darts in hand, can make a difference, can't they?
Well, if we're going to go down that route for the 107, should he have gone at the top? That's then, you know, should he have started with the 19?
85.
So Yeah, I think, again, it's as a player, you put your foot to that hockey and you have to be confident where you're going. Firstly, before you even
96.
have the ability to back yourself to go for to go for whatever you're going for. So you have to have it clear in your mind before you put the foot to the hockey. And that's sometimes you see players just nodding side to side and am I going to go for a 15? Am I going to go for a 7? And they decide all that before you put your foot to the hockey, is my opinion, is the safest way.
100.
And let's not discount the fact that some of the heaviness in the arm could be due to the pressure that Bates has applied in this match. 3-1-80s, he was sitting pretty waiting to pounce. He did that, and after being beaten 4-0 yesterday, he's found himself in a last leg decider here.
And Leonard Gates has turned the throw round, but that was a big treble 20 last start there
60.
from Owen Bates, and that has now put him right in the mix. Tunner a 140 here. He turns the throw back to his favour. And he knew that before he threw, but again, another big last start. Big puff of the cheeks from Owen Bates. He knows how important that last start was to keep him in.
He's going to get a shot to win the match.
44.
And actually,
when you require 136.
Might get more than one if he needs them.
That's a lovely first start. Oh, almost. Calm yourself down, young man. Hit the big number.
96.
Super stuff.
Then you require 101.
So, Gates then back on 101.
$65.
Never really seen that way for
40.
that before. But he's left a double, so it's Owen Bates with 3 in hand.
And he only needs
shot
one.
on the match. Owen
And having
Bates.
been beaten 4-0 by Leonard Gates yesterday, Owen Bates returns the result and gets a 4-3 win that takes him clear at the top of the table. Gates was looking good earlier in the match. He actually led that match by 3 legs to 1, but it's a turnaround by Owen Bates that sees him soar to the top of Group A after the first game on day 2. The first game for the final 2 players to throw today, Gary Hayes and Larry Butler, follows the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 games down. We may have just seen a pivotal result in the race for first place in the group, because Owen Bates has just got the better of Leonard Gates, coming from 3-1 down to get the better of the American by 4 legs to 3. It puts him on the top of the table on 10 points. Next up for us is Larry Butler, who finished yesterday strongly, now sees himself 3rd in the table. He takes on Gary Hayes. He's our ADC qualifier for this week. So it's Butler against Hayes, all under Chris and Scott's beautiful gaze.
Oh, many thanks. Have you got a camera down there, up there, and you can see what's going on in the comms box here? Absolutely spot on. So here we go. It's I don't want to say at the moment, you know, Gary Hayes is down there at the bottom of the table, but the way that he opened up yesterday, he really shows that he has a talent, and he hasn't managed to get those out in the last 4 games of yesterday. Today's a new day, and little Gaz will be looking to start today the same as he did yesterday.
Okay, first leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, is that how you think he has to look at it, rather than thinking, you know, I've lost my last 4 matches, just completely reset, new day, won my first game yesterday, and treat it like a
85.
blank canvas?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, once you've been up there and I think it was a 90. It was somewhere around 90. I think it was a 93 that he posted
81
yesterday in his first game average. So look, you're not a non-player if you're posting 93 averages. So that's the way that I look. I would look at it as a player and say I started well yesterday and try and forget the other stuff. But it's not the easiest thing to do as a dart player, to forget those other things.
Yeah, he actually had 3 finishes in the 90s in that match as well. 92, 96
42.
and 98 in his victory in his opening game, which was against Colin Osbourne.
$34.
But the opposite for Larry Butler, who lost his first 2 matches and then won his final 3. And there was me fearing that old Larry might get a little bit tired as the day went on. None of it.
Absolutely. He sat equal 3rd in the table after day 1. And most players, maybe younger players, after losing 2 at the start of the day, would have allowed that to get in their head for the rest of the day, but not Larry.
No,
a lot he hasn't seen in darts. He's I know he won't mind me saying he's longer in the tooth. I saw him this morning. I mentioned earlier he puts his knee straps on. You know, he knows he's got a long day's darts coming. And
134. Larry
prepares
148.
His body for the day. Just slides the wrong side of the treble 20 there. It's a bit too much damage on the 148.
54. Gary require 128.
So a chance then for Gary Hayes to hang on to his throw in this opening leg. Another in there. Oh, he switched. That's very good stuff for double 16.
96.
You don't see that too often, but
94.
it is a very, very good shot when it comes off. And sometimes, you know, it's easy to follow a dart, but sometimes it blocks part of the bed, doesn't it? So going for an opening one can cause trouble. However, he doesn't return because Larry Butler just picks it off.
The Eagle picks it off.
Second leg, it's
Double.
Larry to throw first. Game on.
Again, another soft tip trait, and I think that's why that's crept into the steel tip game. You know, doubles are a usual
53.
commodity of using the dartboard in the soft tip game, and it's definitely crept more into the steel tip game over the last few years.
Hayes will be thinking, didn't do really anything wrong in that opening leg, but has ended up having his throw broken. The man from Billingham in the northeast.
77.
And that can happen. That can happen in the darts, in our beloved game. It can drive
45.
you insane.
and you can maybe just see a little bit of a reaction here from Gary Hayes.
25.
Lucky for him that Larry has sort of followed suit, but having to try and dust himself down. Hayes here after a couple of treble-less turns.
100. 121.
It's finding a response when your opponent is really hitting the trebles.
140.
And that's a good response from Hayes.
This meeting yesterday was 4-1 in Butler's favour. He had a much
95.
better
Gary Rick,
performance than
156.
Hayes in him. But he's making a similarly slow start to yesterday so far in this match. Butler, despite winning that first leg, there is going to be opportunities for Hayes, more opportunities than yesterday, where he only got one darted double in the entire match.
It's bullseye for Larry.
105. Gary required 96.
By much, did he?
Yeah, I say there will be opportunities, but if Larry keeps finishing with aplomb, then there might not be. There is one here, though. A dart, a double 8.
80. Larry required 25.
And that once again is on the wire, and you get to a point where you start thinking to yourself, what have I got to do to hit a double?
Butler must find that target, having squandered his first single attempt.
Game shot the
double
second leg.
Is no
Larry
trouble for
Butler.
Butler, who doubles his lead in the match.
And that's twice in a row now that's happened to Hayes.
Delegate Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, twice he's watched Butler have one dart
100.
at a double, once by hitting a double before it, once because he missed a big number, and he's pinned it. And I did mention this, that during the seniors, Larry Butler, when he looked a little bit tired, started going for the 19s, and well, we saw yesterday he looked more lethargic in his early matches, so he's employing that tactic right now.
100.
I think it will probably carry on for a while.
It is looking that way.
83.
Gary Hayes has opened the leg well with 2 tons, and he's looking to do it again.
100.
3 tons on the trot, not too shabby when it's on your throat.
Well, that target is working out pretty nicely for Larry. That dart just diverted into the treble next door.
$60.
He's been for the 19s. Every visit so far, Larry Butler, and he's hit at least one treble in all of them.
58. Gary record 141.
I think you're right. Little body movement when Butler was there going for the 19s, a great side angle shot there. But when he went for the tops, there was more body movement to get up there.
Maybe he just feels that
Larry record
it takes a little bit less effort, but he's going to have to go treble 20 here.
$90. Gary record 36.
So pressure on Gary Hayes here.
Game shot in the third leg. Gary Hayes.
But that's a good double 18 for him, and that will lift his confidence. He was not a million miles away on the doubles that he had, and so in this game he's 33% on doubles because he's only had 3 darts at double and hit 1. And if you've got 3 darts in your hand and you're going for a double, as long as you hit it with 1, that's a good percentage. So he isn't doing a lot wrong.
Yeah, and he's playing at least at a similar level to Larry.
100.
Butler has really shown he's in the finishing 2 out of 3. It's going to be a little bit of a false statistic game, isn't it, this at the end? Because if you look at the scores there, well, it's going to be harder for Larry's ton-plus column to rise when he keeps going for the 19s.
85.
We need to get in a 95-plus column now.
Indeed, and like I say, Hayes has
93.
been magic on those straight tons. It's solid, it's good. He got a bit wayward there and lost concentration with his last start on his previous visit, but that's his problem dart.
60.
He seems to struggle to get by that dart, but Larry, who's been having so much success on the 19s, has now decided to go back up top and had a couple of visits where they've been poor, but then finds it and in it drops. But Hayes responds nicely.
140.
In position, then to level this match.
57. Gary require 160.
As he looks to do what he did yesterday and win his opener, Gary Hayes' debut for the Super Series this week, the qualifier from the amateur dart circuit. And double 18 is the target.
98. Larry require 158.
So 158 for Butler. Means Hayes is going to be back.
44. Gary require 18.
I don't know his game well enough. Will he split it or will he go straight at it? It looks like he's going straight at it. It's a lovely marker. Two lovely markers.
No score. Larry
Three lovely markers, but
114.
not to the desired effect.
Well, Butler's been going 19s in this match. You can Shanghai the 19s for this one. That was the attempt. I wonder with the scar tissue from the previous visit, whether Gary perseveres or does decide to split this time. Again, it looks like it's perseverance, and it pays.
On the fourth
2-2.
leg. Gary Hayes.
What could easily have been a very nervy dart for Gary Hayes there, being bottom of the table.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw
Thinking
first.
things aren't going your
Game
way.
on.
It's crazy what the mind does to you in those situations, but that was a good, positive double 9.
And victory here will lift him off the foot of the table, of course, because Conan Whitehead went down to Colin Osbourne 4-0 in that opening match. So Hayes would leapfrog the Super Series 1 Grand
17.
Champion.
Bag of nails there from Larry. That's given Gary Hayes a little bit more hope. But sometimes when that happens, you can try and punish.
125.
He's done it nicely.
$137.
Change of tack now from Butler, starting on the treble 20s again. Is it sometimes just a switch that some players might employ because they're not having success, so they want to change things up and just throw somewhere else?
Yeah, sometimes a new target is a fresh outlook, isn't it? So, and you'll find that with doubles when you see somebody going for a double top, they miss it 3 times on the trot, they'll go to 16s. Or others stupidly like myself think you can't miss it 4 times in a row and you'll go and leave it again. I don't know what goes through a dart player's head at times. It's lovely to think that we all do know, but each individual's different. It's like how many do that little toss of the dart in their hand before they throw to feel the weight. I don't know. I don't know why Larry does that. I might ask him.
96.
But what it maybe is a sign of that Larry is less comfortable than Gary in this match. Switching around, changing things around, and the match is turning around because Butler led it 2-0.
38.
But having this mini battle with himself and his decision-making of where to start visits. Gary has just kept calm, carried on, and is on the brink of leading the match for the first time.
I think you're right, actually. That little juggle with the dart, we don't see that so often when he's in front. That's a very, very great spot. And I think that this is a big double top.
18.
And that's unfortunate, but he will return. I think when Larry's in trouble, he tends to go downstairs, or it may be to do with whatever he's got left on the board.
85.
If
Gary
he sees a 2
requires
on the end, he
40.
goes up the top. If he sees a 1 or 3 or 5 on the end, he goes down the bottom. I don't know.
What Gary sees is tops.
Gage
Gary
on
hits
the
his
fifth
tops,
leg.
and he
Gary
hits the front.
Hayes.
And is 1 away from getting victory against Larry Butler and just ending that slide.
6 leg is Larry to throw
won his first match yesterday
Game
and then
on.
losing 4 on the spin. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Gary Hayes.
Yeah, not only that, I'm pleased for him.
60.
He's gelling in the room with the others, where it's quite easily where he could be overawed with it, and he's not. He's in the players' room there, interacting and enjoying his time with the other players, and
81.
he's enjoying this opportunity. There's no two ways about it. He's now got to enjoy the opportunity on the board and let the rest of the country world
40.
see exactly what he's about.
$60.
So my theory doesn't work. There was 401 on the board there, and Larry went up the top. So that's that out the window.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's the indecisiveness that, to me, suggests that he's not comfortable
60.
yet, because you talked about it before, didn't you? Knowing what you're going for before you set foot on the hockey. I'm not sure that's the case for Butler in this match.
No, I'd agree. No, what he's going for now. Once he gets one,
180.
he's hit the 3.
First one of the match, and it could not have come at a better time for Larry Butler. Never a bad time, of course, but he was running out of time.
44. Larry Rock 161. 45.
Now, Larry being a counter, I'd have thought he'd have gone with the bullseye that last start, but Gary Hayes has an opportunity to put this 116 right under pressure. Stay there, Gary, stay there.
180. Larry Rock 116.
Well, we waited 6 legs for a maximum in this match, and then 2 came along at once. Doesn't really like the lie, it seems, here.
He only has to hit a single.
84.
Something to him said,
Gary requires 76.
this is awkward. And you're right, he did have to hit the single. He did have to hit that single to leave tops. And now Hayes can put him away.
68.
Slight change of his whole
Larry
throw
requires
there once he hit
32.
that treble 20. The arm moved differently. Everything went a little bit tight. And now he's in the lap of the gods. What's Larry going to do to him?
16.
Larry's going to let
Gary
him get back.
require 8.
Again, a slow, sluggish start from Larry Butler to the morning. Did win the first couple of legs, but has really let up and has
No
struggled
score. Larry
to
requires
decide what
16.
to do. But as Scott Mitchell alongside me just said, it's all getting a little bit tight and
Games on the
tense for
sixth
Gary
leg.
Hayes.
Larry
And
Butler.
Larry's allowed to lob a dart in to force a decider.
It's how you react now.
7th and final leg is
5
Gary
darts
to
to
throw
win
first.
that leg
Game on.
and to win the match. This is the part that he hasn't been struggling with this match. He's been a
60.
good scorer. Nothing saying that he's pulling up trees, but he's been very consistent, and that 60 is now let Larry come back and punish him.
140.
I have to say, he'll feel like he's got away with one here if Butler does indeed win this match.
95.
It's been his lowest level performance so far. It said he started slowly yesterday, but he was still averaging 10 points more than this in his opener.
40.
Well, the averages in this game have been harmed by the darts at the double, I think.
And particularly Gary Hayes There you see an unlucky
60.
13, and it was the big 13 that saw him bust. Should have actually had more match start, shouldn't he, in that previous leg?
32.
This is the period of the leg now that you've just got to grab it by the scruff of the neck, and when everything is telling you it's not right, you've got to find it in your heart, in your mind.
134.
And that is a fantastic visit from Gary Hayes.
Gary Rick, 152.
All it did was incited Larry Butler to have a good visit behind him. So here we go, 152, another one of those. Oh, double 16. What a finish this would
120.
be.
Just wondered in a weird way if that might be a better chance, because he had no time to think about it, did he? A big finish like that. We saw some tungsten tension with his previous match-winning
41.
attempts, but he does return with 3
Gary
clear
Rick,
at double
32.
16.
Comes straight in. He's not thinking about it.
Shot on the match. Gary
Finally
Hayes.
hits his winning double. He'll be relieved with that one, I'm sure. 4-3 win for Gary Hayes over Larry Butler.
And yeah, the stats there, not the prettiest performance from either player. Butler led that match 2-0, but started to get indecisive on which trebles to go for, and loads of missed doubles for Gary Hayes before he hit the crucial one. Ends a run of 4 losing matches on the spin, and following the break, Leonard Gates returns to take on Colin Osbourne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 1 round of fixtures down as Larry Butler lost out to Gary Hayes by 4 legs to 3. Let's have a look then at the table following the first round of fixtures for the day, because as you can see, Owen Bates leads the way on 10 points, but Leonard Gates in hot pursuit on 8, and as well has that better legs difference as well. Defeat there for Butler means he couldn't join him on that mark, but it bunches up in and around that mid-table. So next up for us, it is Leonard Gates against Colin Osbourne. Osbourne, who we saw beat Whitehead by 4-0 in his opening game, but can the wizard weave his magic wand once again? Let's find out. Scott and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, this fixture yesterday saw Leonard Gates beat Colin Osbourne 4-1 with a 90 average. So Colin will be looking to sort that out. The man from Houston, Leonard Gates, taking on the man from Middlesbrough. His hometown, Colin Osbourne, but I think he resides in the Derby area now. But this one's a good matchup because obviously with Owen Bates beating Leonard Gates in game 2 today in Group A, that means that now Leonard Gates has got the chasing game in the table to try and catch Owen Bates.
Leonard to throw first.
So he has a chance
Game
to
on.
get up onto 10 points now if he can defeat Osbourne, but Osbourne had a 93 himself against Conan Whitehead average this morning, and that shows today he's feeling it. But he had 90 averages yesterday, Colin, and was just a rather unfortunate on a couple of the results. So
81.
as an elder statesman player and a guy that's been around a little bit more, he won't be too worried at this particular moment in time. Oz will know that his game's in a good place,
83.
and will feel that he can take wins off of anybody in this group today.
Yeah, and out for revenge against Leonard Gates for that 4-1 thrashing that he suffered yesterday.
99.
Gates had a really good end to the day. Only defeat actually came against Larry Butler in the All-American encounter in the middle of his 5 matches.
30.
I think everybody watching will know how difficult it is to play the mate that you've travelled to the game with in the car or whatever. So, yeah, we've all been there and had to deal with that. And just for any advice for anybody that's watching, any younger people that are watching, this is how it happens all the way through your darting life. You will find that your nemesis will be probably one of your closest rivals that lives closest to your house. Yeah, it's quite strange, but sometimes the outcome.
41.
Osbourne did produce some power scoring in that opening match, that opening win over Conan Whitehead. Actually hit as many 180s in that game as he hit in the entire day yesterday.
100. Colin, you record 155.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did open up well, Oz, in the first game. And as you say, 3 180s in his first game, and he only hit 3 all day yesterday. But he was still posting the averages. You know, 180s don't win your games. It's that little bit around the outside. Bobby George, we keep referring to him. Those little scorings for show, doubles for dough.
74 left, 32 left. We know that Leonard Gates has been very clinical on these kind of shots.
Colin,
on this occasion, Osbourne gets to return.
Game show on the first leg. Colin Osbourne.
He was a bit wayward with the first dart there, but more than made up for it for the second dart.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
His style is a very upright, he's up and down player. I look at Colin Osbourne. He's a very up and down player. Rather than throwing across his body, he's nice and straight and right on cue. Lovely 24 there where he missed the treble. 20.
I think the game that comes up after this is a very big one for Conan Whitehead. Only 1 win so far. He takes on Larry Butler. Now, I am going to go as far to say if Conan Whitehead loses that, then we can rule him out of any race
100.
for top spot.
Yeah, you'd have to agree. I'd have to agree. He will be running out of matches to be able to inflict the damage to get there, and then he will be relying on other people to allow that to happen. So
That's the thing, isn't it? He's obviously more than capable of going on a run himself, but you hoping that somebody else who's full of confidence has an absolute collapse, and not just one player, maybe 2 or 3.
And when you're down at the bottom, if 2 or 3 people are taking points off each other, they're still making sure they stay ahead of you. So, which also makes it the task more impossible than it was already.
But of course, as all these players know, and I'm sure most of you watching know, it doesn't mean the end here at the Super Series. Guaranteed a 5-day stay if you're in Group A. Second chances coming in Groups B and C, and that's where the attention would then turn, trying to finish in the top 3
140
to get into Group B, because you get a better chance of qualifying. In fact, you have statistically, you have a 60% chance of qualifying from Group B compared
135. Colin, you've got 97
to 33% in Group C. Makes a big difference. This would make a big difference to this match. It sees Colin Osbourne double his lead, and it's actually him that's finishing with aplomb.
Phil against Leonard to throw first.
And Osbourne's probably feeling that he can still get to this top of this group from where he is.
Yeah, we also said that match against Conan Whitehead for him was pivotal yesterday. Well, it proved to be the case, because it's been a real springboard. Won it, then beat Conan 4-0. Now he's 2-0 up here. Hasn't lost a leg yet today, Colin Osbourne, and he's really strutting his stuff. He's averaging 97 at the moment in this game.
100.
All being shown in the averages there.
55.
He had a nice 93.94, so touching 94 average in his win against Conan in the first match of the day. And now he's there on that 97.24 in his current game. After 2 legs, we know, but he's definitely bringing his A game to day 2, week 2 of Group A in the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, didn't see a 3-figure average yesterday, but Osbourne got close in his last match. That win over Whitehead saw him average north of 99, and he's carried on that trend so far today, as Scott Mitchell's just explained, and may well be, for all the talk of Gates and Bates are top 2, it may well be Osbourne that's the man to watch today.
68.
He could be the big mover. He could be the big mover.
Well, there's just a conversation here. I think Leonard Gates has taken it in great spirit, but I think it's just a bit of inexperience at playing in an empty arena. Warming his hands up as well, Leonard Gates, you can see that. But Owen Bates saying to Gates, just be careful what you're doing with your darts. So just explain for us how that might be affecting Colin Osbourne if
100.
Gates' darts are maybe clattering together.
What happens is when you're going and you're trying to concentrate on hitting treble 20s or whatever, and there's a sound or something from another direction, your mind is just taken off of focus of what you're actually doing.
104.
You know, in pubs and clubs and county games and things, it is a tactic that some will use against you. And sometimes it's something that a player will do out of habit, and I think on this occasion, it's something that Leonard does out of habit rather than anything to try and warm his fingers up or whatever he's doing. And unfortunately, the darts are rattling in his hand.
Yeah, you can see he's a man that he can't keep still, can he? So you can imagine that he's sort of moving his darts around in his hand as a habit. It's well put. That is a bad habit, because he's left 66. Which means he only gets a go at the ball when he could have had a double.
Yeah,
indeed. Require 48.
It's one of those situations. I don't believe that Leonard's doing it on purpose at any point in time. And of course, we are in the quietest of quiet venues here at the MODUS Super Series, and you really can hear a pin drop.
Colin Osbourne.
But a double has dropped there for Colin Osbourne in the form of double 10. And he takes a 3-zip lead.
To throw first.
Another breaker throw, and he's now just got to hold his throw for a big 4-0 win and a shake-up of this Group A table.
He's actually put his darts down, Leonard, to try and avoid doing what he's been doing. That's interesting. You can see him trying to heat his hands up as well. Obviously coming over from the USA, but if he's struggling with the temperature in Portsmouth, then he won't want to go up and meet Colin in Middlesbrough, will he?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know his hometown's Houston, but I think he lives in Florida, doesn't he?
100.
There's plenty more sunshine in either of those places, to be honest, than we get over here, particularly in February.
60.
Or is Houston in Florida? I've got no idea. Yeah, it probably is, isn't it?
No.
I've got no idea on my American geography, having not visited the good old US of A.
Yeah, hails from
125.
Houston, Texas, originally. But at the moment, Houston, we have a problem. Colin Osbourne threatening to whitewash Leonard Gates.
55.
But for his own campaign, what a staggering start for Osbourne. This could be back-to-back 4-0 wins.
Indeed. He'll be looking something a little more here. Leonard really doesn't know what 79. To do with himself while he's not throwing, does he, this morning?
Yeah, he still seems to be trying to warm up his hands as well. He's looking for some way of doing that. Maybe he needs to employ the old Wesley Harms hand warmers.
60.
Yeah, the old sparky
Colin
mittens.
requires
The sparky
76.
mittens. I remember those with his logo on the back of the mittens and playing in mittens.
The kind of fingerless gloves, weren't they, that enabled him to still grip the dart but keep the palm of his hands warm. Well, Colin has this game in the palm of his hand and he's won the match. Fantastic start to the day's darts for Colin Osbourne, who wins 4-0 in both of his opening matches. Conquered Conan Whitehead and then saw off soldier Leonard Gates. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Another average in the 90s for Colin Osbourne. That is now 4 of his 7 matches in which he's averaged north of 90. He's looking very much the man to beat today, and he's actually pulled himself level on points with Gates in 2nd place. Coming next, Conan Whitehead looking for his first win of the day, as is his opponent, Larry Butler.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday night, you could be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The tickets are complimentary, they are free, and it's a 7:30 start now every single Saturday evening here at the Super Series. Brand new start time for us. So if you do want to head down, it's dartshot.tv, the place to go to get your tickets. They're available for every single week in this particular series. So if you want to plan your Saturday night out at the darts down in Portsmouth, why don't you head over to dartshot.tv and you can be here for finals night in a fantastic atmosphere here under the church. So next up for us is our 5th game of the day. It sees Conan Whitehead in action. He takes on Larry Butler. It's going to be watched in the company of Chris Murphy and Scott Mitchell. Guys.
Yeah, here in the church, Conan Whitehead living on a prayer at the moment. Wouldn't know it, though, from his demeanour before the match. Whitehead in need of victory. Has only won once so far, not today, and he didn't win a leg in his opening match. Larry Butler also losing his. He was in a good position, though, Butler 2-0 up against Gary Hayes, but ended up losing it 4-3. He does have 6 points after winning his final 3 yesterday, so there'll be no panic in him at all. Conan Whitehead, though, we think that, well, he's already in a very tough position to try and make it to the top of the table. We think he's definitely
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Of the running
Game on.
if he loses to Larry here.
$26.
Not a good start for Whitehead. Yesterday in this fixture,
70.
Larry beat Conan 4-3, both averaging bottom end of the 80s in that game.
58.
It was a bit of a dogfight, wasn't it, really? It was a to and fro scrap.
26.
Yeah, Larry Butler had the good end to the day. Conan Whitehead won't be happy at all with how things went
81.
on day one, but was very quick to point out that, you know, he knows how to get through the finals night, having won not only his week, but Champions Week as well.
84.
And you can't lose it on a Monday.
You certainly can cause yourself a few problems on a Tuesday.
44.
This is a really sloppy start to the match. 26 and 44 in the leg from Conan Whitehead, who's only found 1 treble in 12 darts. Larry Butler scored 26 and 43 and only found 2 trebles in 12 darts.
Well, here we go.
140.
Is this going to ignite the match into life? A 140 there from Conan. It seems to have done.
123
and reply from Larry. So another one of those. Will he double 16? Will he stay there and lead double 6? No. Switches across to the treble 12.
Treble 19 would leave double 19.
99. Conan, you require 36. Game shot on the first
Good last
leg.
start there from
Conan
Conan.
Whitehead.
His preferred route was the 36,
Second leg is
obviously
Larry to
switching
throw
over to the
first.
treble 12
Game.
on the last start of the visit before. And he seals the deal and holds his own throw, which we saw early doors have 26s and 28s in, so he'll be relieved with that. I'm thinking maybe a bit of luck is starting to go my way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just on Larry Butler, we saw in that first match, I think maybe a sign of just not feeling it yet. We did see him start slowly yesterday, but indecisive on where to go.
180.
Maybe that's where he should go.
Unbelievable. Right, commentator's curse. I do love this camera angle. This is a great angle.
140.
He'd probably go for the 19s now, knowing Larry.
$82.
Yeah, he went down on the last dart.
Yeah, to make sure he left to finish. And
Yeah.
you can see there from that camera angle that, you know, it's lovely when we see the darts go in, but you see the behaviour of the
41.
darts and how that one's causing
Larry
a problem there.
158.
Yeah, big deflection for Conan there.
58.
Conan would be desperate for a 140 here. That's a good start. No blocking darts or slight bit of lateral drift there.
55. Now we require
55
100.
doesn't really pressure Larry Butler here for his 100, so
Well, he's had plenty of practice on treble 19, but he's gone the wrong side of the wire there. So Whitehead gets a go. This will be a glorious finish, starting on the ball. Well, when you're a player and you're standing at the hooker, you always think that it's bounced out of the bull. I can assure you that was nowhere near the bullseye.
26.
no, it was
Larry requires 68.
I think it was low and handsome, that one.
Double top then for Larry Butler to level the match.
48. Conan, you require 99.
So he's got to go treble 19, a 10 or a 6. It's a 10, double 16. I don't know what all the fuss was about. Here he is.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Our referee, Owen Bates, not quite sure which direction he went there. I think
Conan to throw first. Game on.
I think Owen thought he hit the wrong double there, which is very rare for Mr. Binks. And proper job there from Conan. Any amateurs out there that are watching, if you're unscored, please do not take your darts out. Let the referee be sure of what you've hit.
Perfectionists, aren't they, referees?
180.
Speaking of perfect, what a start from Larry Butler.
$100.
Well, the 180 is not going to be followed by another one.
60.
But in all the confusion, Conan Whitehead does have a two-leg lead in what we earmarked as a must-win match.
Now struggling to find a treble in that visit. Larry Butler has effectively turned the throw, and he will do with another one of those.
130.
Switches down to the 19s at the last second there. Well caught by our camera people. Who would want to be a spotter?
Larry, 124.
Who would want to be a spotter when some of these guys are throwing? Not me, that's for sure.
Yeah, should have...
92.
Should have been going elsewhere to leave the finish, but he has left himself on 32 after just a dozen darts. It is a class leg, however he's got there.
13. Larry required 32. Game
13 darter.
Larry
Butler
Butler
breaks.
that going to put the fire in Larry's
For
belly?
Larry to throw first.
To hold his own throw this time round.
Just a reminder of what's happened so far today. Then Colin
54.
Osbourne has won both of his matches, winning all 8 legs without reply, beating Conan Whitehead 4-0 and Leonard Gates 4-0. That's moved him level on points with Gates, who's actually lost his first 2 matches today, moving to Owen Bates, who sits at the top of the table. Gary Hayes beating Larry Butler in the other match so far.
95.
An opening 140 from Conan there in the leg. We had a camera angle there where you just see Conan's one of those players that uses the other dart very well indeed.
100.
He loves to clatter into the other dart and use it as a stopper or a buffer to make sure that he hits more trebles, doubles, singles, whatever. He's one of those players that uses a lot. A lot of players try not to. They will avoid a dart to avoid the deflections, but Conan is one of those players. When the dart's in the right place, he will use it, usually to good effect.
60.
And that's one of the reasons equipment choice is important for players, depending on how they like their darts to behave. So if you look at Larry's darts, the end of the darts is pretty standard, fairly bulbous at the end.
58.
It can bounce off, but Conan, because he likes to use his darts to bounce off each other into the bed, that's why he's got a tapered end, isn't it, to his barrel?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I say, usually it works in his favour. But and with Larry, when you look at Larry's darts there, look at the end of the flights there. He's using an L-style champagne top by the look of it.
140.
They are beat to death where he clatters himself into each other.
I thought he'd be nibbling them through nerves, to be honest, when I saw those.
54. Larry requires 70.
Used to be Phil Taylor's tell, that, didn't it, chewing his flights?
Yeah, usually when he was in trouble, he chewed his flights, or when he felt under pressure. So it was always a good sign.
Conan, you require 90.
If you were playing Mr. T and he was chewing his flights.
Well, Butler could be in trouble here. Oh, but the missed big number means that Larry will be back to level. Double 10 required when he returns.
50. Larry required 20.
So double 10 incoming for Butler.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Larry Butler
hits it with the second dart. So now we're back at 2-2. And all the good work that Conan
5th leg, it's
has done in the first 2 legs. He's
Game
now been clawed back. So you would say momentum will be with Butler.
Yeah, deserves to be where he is too,
60.
based on that picture. 4 legs into the match now. It may be early stages for averages, but a game could be over in 4 legs at the Super Series. And it's a role reversal to the previous
45.
match for Larry Butler, who was 2-0 up against Gary Hayes and went on to lose that one. This time he was 2-0 down and has got level.
140.
Struggling to find his consistency so far. That could be the situation of
140.
where Conan is in the table, or it could be that he's just not feeling it this morning, but or he's trying too hard, which I think is probably the latter. I think he's trying too hard. When Conan just flows and just lets him go,
41.
he tends to play 10 times better. But you could see his body went with that last dart. He dropped the elbow, dropped the shoulder, and the subsequent result was a little tiny one there in the small section of the one segment.
Yeah, you could see himself telling himself off as well. Well, it seems to have done the trick.
180.
Yeah, body was still, everything was still, and the result
80
was perfection.
Conan, you require 80.
The 180, leaving 80, double 10. And the
Game
perfection
shot on the
continues.
5th leg.
Excellent stuff from Conan Whitehead there. After a little word he had with himself. I suppose it is a good sign, really, that
6th leg is Larry to throw first. Game on.
look, you managed to analyse it and see it from our position, but it's difficult when you're up there to know what you're doing wrong, and that suggests that he did know what he was doing wrong and managed to put it right.
It can be difficult to know what you're doing wrong because you don't actually see your body movement. You don't feel your body movement. And sometimes, you know, that a lot of players have somebody travel with them or do think or go with them. And you can just sometimes give them a little look in the crowd. I had an incident with it with Peter Manley where I scored a bad score on 2 occasions. And I just looked over to my wife and my daughter and my daughter just signalled that I was moving on the throw, that I was just moving a couple of inches forward and moving the where the dart entered the board. So stood still, duff, 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 180. Quite strange.
Well, you gave her a percentage of the prize money for such a big part in your performance.
Absolutely, and as she gave me a percentage of the ticket money I paid to get her in there, so yeah.
57.
It is important. I actually had a really good chat with Michael van Gerwen earlier in the year, and he spoke about practice sessions with Vincent van der Voort. And he was trying different darts when he moved manufacturer. And he got Vincent literally to sit in a chair next to the hockey and just tell him what was different about each throw, each dart, which set of darts seemed more comfortable, which ones he was throwing normally with, which ones were a bit different. And yeah, you're right, you need someone. People can use video technology to do it these days, but to analyse your throw, it's difficult to do actually on the fly, isn't it?
55.
It is, and it's back to that big part of the mental side of the game and how it feels that you're leaving your hand. If you've got somebody telling you that it looks right and it feels right, then you believe it looks like and feels right, and it's all about
80.
That belief. That's where your mind coaches come in and everything else.
Well, Butler will have the belief that he can level this match and force a decider. Double 5 to do so. Gets it. We do go the distance. Just as Larry Butler did against Gary Hayes. This has been a slightly improved performance for Larry on that one.
7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw first.
And it could be
Game on.
a do or die leg for Conan Whitehead in terms of the great escape in this group.
Well, whatever. The result yesterday was a 4-3.
52.
But it was in favour of Butler, so the result will be 4-3 today. But who will it be in favour of?
Well, Whitehead had the advantage of throwing first, and I used the past tense because he only managed to muster up 52 points and Butler's found 2 trebles.
100.
Larry's back in the 60 with his first start, but will be disappointed with his last 2 not to score more than 85, with the first being in the treble.
93.
Again, a bit of a blocker dart on the first 2 there for Conan, but a good find on the treble 18.
Excellent end leg to this match from Larry Butler against the throws on a finish after 9.
And as a player, sometimes when you're against the throw, you can tend to relax because you're not expected to win that last leg. And I think this is what Larry's doing here.
Well, the 1 is gone.
73.
That is a big, big shot saver there. Gives Larry a much better opportunity. Doesn't like that, does he? One bit.
Just dragged it. He held on to it just a fraction too long.
Well, why not just go downstairs?
56. Larry
treble 19 and single, he would have
78.
scored 96, been on 100. Determination for some reason to stay up there. Maybe he should have taken a leaf out of Larry's book.
58.
Match start missed.
140.
We're talking millimetres in the difference here.
60.
Those could have been 2 treble 20s. And that happens to you as a dart player when your luck's out. So then double 5 he hit last. Double 5 he's hit again. As Larry Butler. As he closes out the match against Conan Whitehead. 4-3.
Yeah, it's looking like no chance now for Conan Whitehead of topping Group A. He'll be looking to see if he can breach Group B, but even that's getting more difficult because Butler, Osbourne and Gates are all now 6 points clear of Conan Whitehead, and Gary Hayes can cut him even further adrift if he can complete the unenviable task of toppling the league leader Owen Bates. That is coming right up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to complete the second round of fixtures. But in our previous match, Larry Butler getting the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3, helped out with 4 out of 11 on the doubles and 2 maximums. Conan Whitehead's high checkout at 99 not helping him out in the end. So next up for us, we complete the second round of fixtures for the day. It sees Owen Bates in action. He takes on Gary Hayes, and in the commentary box it's the former world champ Scott Mitchell and the former Premier In-League champ Chris Murphy.
Henry, as always, getting his facts spot on there. 2 champions in the commentary box, but who will be the champion in this group? Owen Bates is making his presence felt today. It looked like Leonard Gates might be the man to beat when he beat Bates in the final match of yesterday, but he's lost his first 2, and if Bates wins here, he can put the gap between himself and the chasing pack to 4 points when all of them have played 7 matches. If he's to do so, he's going to have to beat Gary Hayes, who beat Larry Butler in his opener on Tuesday morning.
Okay, first leg, it's Owen to throw first. Game on.
But Bates did win the reverse fixture yesterday, and he's looking like a very, very dangerous
140
in terms of making it, not just making it to finals night, but maybe even winning the whole week here.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's showing the form. We've obviously got 6 players to come in from Group B and C later in the week. But I don't think fatigue of a week-long tournament is going to upset this young man.
140.
The 2 players are having their TV debuts this week as well. How invaluable is this experience? They're guaranteed to... Well, they're going to play 15 matches apiece in this group, and then one of them, if they make it through to finals night, will at least play another 2. So they're guaranteed 17 matches on the telly. It's an invaluable experience, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's just massive for a new player. You know, if you were doing it and wanting stage experience and saying getting it through the county system, 17 county games would take you 2.5 years or something. So 2.5 seasons, you know, with 9 a year that we'd played. So
100.
I know my maths is terrible. It'd be 2 seasons exactly in 2 years and an awful lot of travelling. So to be able to come here and do that in a week, it is obviously massive for new players.
121, and you record 76.
Massive impact made by Bates in particular so far. There'll be 16 for tops. That leaves double 4.
68.
He's had an opportunity to break Bates in the opening leg.
You'd think he's going to get a go at the ball. If he stays straight here, no, he's going to get a go at double 5.
75, and you require 8.
Well, he might be living off crumbs the way Bates has played at times so far this week. Will he get another chance? Will he get another chance? The answer is yes, but I mean, you spoke earlier about the minute margins. How close were they?
They were on it. They weren't badly thrown darts at all.
No score.
And there we go, minute margins. 8. It's wrong bed for Gary Hayes, so Bates will probably come back here now and just knock this out in the first dart. No, he's going to chase the board again.
4.
And he's going to be minutely away again. Gary Hayes would not have been expecting to come back. And this has spoilt what was a very good leg indeed.
He's got the line right this time. What about the weight?
No score. I mean, you require 4.
Missed the opportunity, having found himself in the wrong bed in the previous visit. Just dishing out chance after chance to Bates. But he can't take them. What a bizarre start to this match.
Gary required
15
10.
darts missed at double before either player has got a leg in the ledger.
So it's 1 for double, 2 for Hayes.
6.
And the leg goes on.
Only require 2.
And it goes on and on and on and on.
Gary require 4.
20 darts have been missed at double in this opening leg.
So it's double 2 for Hayes. That's a bit of a blocker. And double 1. Madhouse.
No score. Only require 2. Game show on the first leg. Owen Bates.
A wry smile there from Owen Bates on his 30 dart leg.
You were never going to see a big celebration then, were we? 25 darts before a double was hit.
And as a player, they're the hardest ones to win. You know, those 11, 12, 13, 14 dart legs just sort themselves out. Those 30 dart legs, they are tough to win. Because you start doubting everything in yourself. You start doubting your throw. You start doubting your aim. You start doubting your mental capacity.
180.
And then, boom, here we go, 180.
I love this game. Can't hit a double in 25 darts between them, then 3 darts straight in the treble 20 by Owen Bates.
You tend to do that, though, when you win the scrappy legs. I had a person used to advise me back in the day, and an old fella and a art team and captain, and he said, don't worry about the scrappy legs, Scotty. Once you win those, you can't get those back when you lose them. And it's a valid point. You win any leg, it's still a point on the board like
140.
that. But they're very difficult to go and win another one in that amount of darts because you won't win it because you will always lose it. So you have to take what you get.
140.
Bates is kicking on. Accepting the gift gratefully. And then making sure that he doesn't get embroiled in such a battle in leg 2.
123. $55.
So So Hayes will be looking to make a dent in this. Really needs to go bullseye now.
59. Only
okay.
requires 68.
Trying to be aggressive and hunt down a treble, knowing that Bates would get at least one dart double, and of course he'll hit it first time now, won't he?
36. Gary require 106.
Is it the start of the same again?
So it's still on. Treble 17 for bullseye. 84, so back to the top.
82.
A good pick-up, but will he return?
Game shown the second
Is the
leg.
simple answer.
Owen Bates.
Owen Bates, this time wasting no time in getting the double. But
Delegates Owen to throw first.
averages were busted in that first leg, so it's not going to look like a convincing performance. But that was a decent leg of darts for Bates, going out in 16.
A little fathom there while Gary Hayes didn't go for the ball when he had the 2 in the 20.
85.
125 left. Could have made the return shot a little easier. Like we say, it's his first time here. Bates is back in.
180.
That treble 20. And Gary Hayes' mind will be going back to that leg where he had dart after dart at a double to take the first one, and now he really hasn't had a sniff since.
He missed 10 darts himself
85.
in that first leg. That was a strange one, wasn't it, from Bates himself there? Hit the bullseye with the last dart to leave 101.
140.
I suppose the thinking would be that if you hit the 25, it's 126 rather than 131.
61.
Having said that, unlikely that he would have needed to go for the bullseye anyway. So maybe just thinking too much a little bit there.
But I think you've got to get into the habit of doing it the right way. It's all about habit, and that's not a bad habit to have, to do the things the right way. 126 would have mean that he would have only needed that one treble to get himself a double to win the leg. But he finds himself now on double 10.
Game showed the third leg. Owen Bates.
How hard is it after a leg like that? I know you said it, just accept that you've won a scrappy leg and take it. It's worth as much as any other one. But how hard is it when you're going for doubles later on, not to be thinking about that?
It's fairly easy, actually, because you don't believe that you're going to have another leg like it. So I think it has the opposite effect. You would think you would then struggle and think that you won't hit the next one. I think you relax and you go, you know what, I'll be going out. No problem now. I've had my bad leg. There'll just be normal legs from here on in. And I think that's exactly how Owen Bates has thought on that one.
He's looking in good shape to extend his lead at the top of the table then after all that
60.
dither and delay in the opening leg. It does look like Bates will be 4 clear.
$100.
Yes, Owen Bates. 3 up. And it looks like, doesn't it, that it's Hayes that hasn't recovered from that opening leg.
That tends to be the case with one of those legs that go like that, where you've had dart after dart at a double, and then all of a sudden you haven't really had a chance at a double since. And because that one leg can change the whole outlook of the game mentally. So
100.
Going to help his leg difference as well. I know he's going to be clear by 4 points, but he's actually got a worse leg difference than both Gates and Osbourne chasing him down. This will be really, really big result for Owen Bates, you feel.
looking downstairs to
137.
take the odd 9 off, and he's super visit. But can Owen Bates take the 103? 5-3 probably should have started downstairs there, Owen Bates.
39. Gary required 42.
It's 42 then for Hayes.
Well, it's been a while since he threw at double, and when he did, he missed 10 darts at them. And now he's in the wrong bed. He has actually hit a couple of doubles in this game, hasn't he? Both of them in the wrong bed.
33. Only requires 64.
Valentine's Day, wrong bed twice, in a real mess. Double 8.
48.
Kiss the dart.
Gary required 9.
A long way away from the double, and Hayes gets another opportunity. Do not miss the big number, Gary.
Game shot
Just inside, kiss off the barrel. He deserved that bit of luck, I believe. And this shows how important that scrappy leg was now. If he'd have won that one as well, we would be sat here at 2-2. The margins are fine.
96.
Now they all count the same, whether they're done in 9 darts or 29 darts.
59. $60.
Here we go. It's ignited Hayes. That leg win just gives him a little bit more spirit.
$60.
And the trebles have dried up a little bit here for Owen Bates. So there'll be a little bit more encouragement for Hayes as well.
He's not a million miles away from the trebles, but now
124.
Hayes switches across to the 18s, but
he'd not thought about that before the visit. You mentioned this earlier, so he'd run his first two in the treble 20. He realised that staying at 20 wouldn't leave a finish, so had to stop, look across, and maybe that just affected the drag of the dart.
But effectively, he should have gone for the 18s first dart there, and then gone back to the treble 20. So
100. $58. Gary requires 78.
So it's 78 for Hayes coming in.
Just seeing Bates in the background as he walked back there, starting to cut a frustrated figure as well. So Hayes will want to pounce on that.
38. Only record 167.
So Bates started unusually on the bottom end of the board.
127. Gary required 40.
But he got there in the end. And it's now Hayes, 2 darts at 10s. Really needs this one to go.
Game shown the 5th leg.
Used the bottom of the
Gary
bed nicely.
Hayes.
Top of the bed was blocked a little by his dart. That was a breaker throw.
6th leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Can't catch the expression of Owen Bates with his back to us there, but I think that he's let this get to him, slipping this,
140.
letting this lead slip, and if Hayes is aware, it must be giving him confidence.
$95.
A couple of good scores will collect Bates's thoughts. He's not doing masses wrong.
41.
Just not quite going the way that you want it to go, and you can become all negative about everything in your head.
Yeah, that's interesting, because at the seniors, I think we saw a couple of occasions of that. Phil Taylor didn't play anywhere near the standard we know he can in his first match, but he actually came off saying, well, I threw some beautiful darts. They were all just on the wires. Whereas in the final,
60.
Richie Howson played really well, he was averaging around the 90 mark through the entirety of the game. Just Robert Thornton hit the right things at the right time, and he came off and said he played like a lemon. So it just shows, doesn't it, that actually understanding it's not all
43.
about the averages or hitting a treble every visit. It's that the darts are going well, and if you keep that confidence, you keep that sort of faith in the process, then the ones that weren't dropping in will start dropping in.
And talking of dropping in,
180.
there's Gary Hayes with a 180.
I think that Bates has let his head drop. I think that's what's
54.
happened here.
Gary
Gary Hayes
80.
is drawing confidence from it. The 180 to leave 80, and it looks like we are going the distance in a match that Owen Bates led 3-0.
Indeed.
48.
Obviously, Gary Hayes there hitting 3 big singles on the 16 because 32 is his preferred route.
And that in itself, is a sign of confidence. Because he's not thinking I need to get rid of this as quick as possible. He's thinking I'm going to leave my preferred double now because he's nowhere near me.
Yeah. But has the big score turned his head?
James on the 6th.
No, it hasn't.
Gary Hayes.
So we go down the last, another 4-3. Our 4th of the day in our 6th match.
7th and final leg is Owen to throw first.
Bates has the darts. Hayes has the momentum. A 3-leg lead
60.
has been squandered by this man, and you can just see it almost looks like it's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy, this. He thinks that the game is destined to go against him. And when you think like that, there's a
85.
famous saying, isn't there? Whether you think you will or you won't, you'll be right.
Indeed. No matter the outcome,
100.
the average will be poor because of those darts after dart after dart, and the 30 dart leg, sorry, at the start of the match will have hindered the averages no matter.
We've seen in this game 43 darts thrown at double.
140.
Even the reaction at hitting a 140 there was one of dejection rather than, all right, I'm in a good position here to win the match. And feeding off every flinch, every feeling of failure from Bates is Gary Hayes, who I think has been impressive in clawing his way back into this one.
93.
Good last start.
That's a good first start from Hayes. He wants another one of those. Whack into that is exactly what he did.
108.
So, tidy, 36 after 12. This has got to go. So he's going the 19s route. He will stay there. Hasn't hit it.
92.
Come out for the 18s. It's
Gary
a good pickup.
36.
But it means that Hayes gets the first go at the double.
Trailed this match 3-0. Double 9. Oh, just at the finish.
28.
Gary Hayes fluffs the opportunity.
Owen requires 16.
And now Bates, out of nowhere, gets a chance to finally draw a line under this match. You can see Hayes in the background hitting his head.
No
but he won't
score.
see Bates hitting the double. Well, the match
Gary
might end
require
like
8.
it began.
It's seeming that way. The Phil Taylor chew of the flight there from Owen Bates. But it's still got to be finished. And it's finished by Gary Hayes eventually.
Hayes.
Gary's great escape is complete. With a little helping hand from Owen Bates' capitulation in that one. Hayes from 3-0 behind wins 4-3. And that is a result that has huge ramifications for this group because it keeps Bates in touch. He's only 2 ahead of Gates, Osbourne and Butler, and only 4 ahead of the man who has just beaten him. And the 2 Americans are going to go head-to-head next as Larry meets Leonard after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds of games down. Scott Mitchell is with me up here on the balcony to look back at what we've seen so far. But we have to start with what we've just seen there. Gary Hayes getting the better of Owen Bates 4-3 from 3-0 down. That's a big result for Gary, possibly even a bigger result for Owen.
It could well be. There was 49 darts at a double in that game, and that is just so unusual for either of them. We were wondering, were they ever going to finish that game off?
And I suppose for Owen now, of course, he's here to win. He's here to obviously gain experience, and he's going to have to pick himself up quite quickly. It's going to be something that in regular tournament play he's not used to, because if you lose a game like that, then you're usually off home.
Well, he's quite actually jovial about it. I've just come through the players' room, and they're both having a little giggle about the game in general. But yeah, Owen's going to have to get his head back on now. He's smiling about it now, and you know, it's one that got away. He's been playing that well that maybe he will see it as just a blip.
Well, let's have a look then at the table after 2 games for each of our players. As you see, Owen is still the player at the top of the table. However, just in behind, things are very tight and congested, and 2 of those players on 8 points playing our next match.
Well, it has opened the group right up, that loss for Bates. Now the 3 or 4 behind him are now thinking, hang on, he's catchable. Actually, probably even down to Gary Hayes. He's probably thinking that 10 points is now catchable. We've all agreed, I think Conan's a little bit cast aside there at the bottom, but this group is still wide open.
Colin Osbourne has come out of the traps firing today. We call Tuesday moving day here at the Super Series, and it's because of performances like we've seen from Colin so far today, where he has been dominant.
Well, he had 90 averages yesterday. He had 3 or 4 of those yesterday. He went under the radar and was a little unlucky yesterday. Today, he's come out of the blocks and he's had a 94 and a 95 now. We don't expect him to drop off that. And like you say, moving day is today. He can see the top of the group is there to be had.
Big game coming up, but who do you think it's bigger for?
I don't know. America.
Good answer.
I think Leonard needs to win here, but if he's got any intention of getting that top spot.
Well, it is a big game coming up. It's the All-American tussle between Gates and Butler. Scott's going to race his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy. Chris.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, in fact, because whoever wins this match will actually be top of the table at the end of it. Both players on 8 points, and both have a better leg difference than Owen Bates, who's just lost a game, so therefore he's set to surrender P1 in Group A. Larry Butler, who would have thought he would have been in that position after a real substandard display in his opening match today. Right, he only lost it 4-3 to Gary Hayes, but he was really below par, but bounced back with a win 4-3 against Conan Whitehead. And now if he can do what he did yesterday and defeat Leonard also in 7 legs, then he will move to the top of the table. Same equation for Gates as well.
Okay, first leg, it's Larry to throw first. Game on.
He does have the superior leg difference in the group, Leonard Gates, after some one-sided wins yesterday. And his only defeat
59
yesterday was narrow, but the same can't be said today, because he was beaten 4-0 by Colin Osbourne, yet to lose a leg, the wizard. So he's certainly the man to watch. Really interesting stuff. He's also on 8 points as well, and could be looking to go top himself when he takes on Bates in the next match. We could have 3 players tied on 10 by then. So a really significant spell coming up at the Super Series.
99. 58.
Remarkably for Larry Butler, it is
41.
35 years since he rocked up at the World Masters for the first time. Still going strong.
96.
At the age of 65. Very much a senior player. Both players, though, in the Seniors
100.
World Championship. Butler disappointed to have let a lead slip against Darren Johnson. Could have had a nostalgic meeting with Phil the Power Taylor had
96.
he managed to hold on to his 2-set lead in that race to 3. 1-2-1 for Leonard Gates. 11 segment, surely, to leave the ball for the first leg.
96.
Only on the green, not in the hole, so Butler will return. 92 needed. Well, it's still on 87. Now it's gone. And Gates will look to clean up the remainder of the 25.
25.
Just makes the 9.
Game
But
shot the
makes
first
double
leg.
4 without a problem.
Leonard Gates.
The 1-0 Leonard Gates, and that's
Second
a
leg is
breaker
Leonard
throw to
first.
start this
Game on.
match. He's been given a gift by Gary Hayes and Owen Bates, losing out in that first match, Leonard Gates, because it looked like he was about
95.
to be further in the distance when Bates led that match 3-0. Instead, as I was saying at the start of the match, whoever wins this game will actually be
96.
top of the table on leg difference.
$100.
Yeah, massive result that from like Gary Hayes there. He's opened the group right up. Are we going to now see the next few games go through like a funny few minutes while everybody believes that they can make the top of the group?
Well, the thing is, if one of these players is going to be top on 10 points, and then
85.
if Osbourne wins, he'll also be on 10, and then if Hayes beats Conan Whitehead, he'll get himself to 8. You'll have a real 5-player race for that top spot all of a sudden. If Conan Whitehead cut adrift.
99.
Yeah, this is what we were looking at on the table upstairs, H&I. So,
and we're about halfway through the group now as well. Remember, halfway through Tuesday.
41.
To have so many players still in contention. Actually, it's quite rare. We often see a split sort of halfway down the table. You might have 3 players in the race at best.
it wasn't looking an even group yesterday with Owen Bates running away with it a little. But you know, we've still got Osbourne playing really, really well at the minute. He could reel them all off here today and open the gap for himself.
Yeah, one result can change things. Spoke a lot about Leonard Gates' counting there, but Larry Butler went for a single 19 that's left him on 168. You'd think he'd have learned that by now. He's only been playing 107 years.
But of course he left it so that he could hit that treble 16 there last start to leave top. So it was prequel counting, but here's Gates for tops.
60. Larry required 40.
He does get a go at tops. Double 10. Double 5 was decent on this in his previous
35.
match, but this time it's just beyond him.
Leonard required 20. Game show on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Nice finish there. Used the first dart well, did Leonard Gates, but partway down that leg,
I saw Larry to throw first.
I think I saw him throw his first tight dart. There was a dart that his arm was sort of, as he let go of the dart, it seemed to be his hand past the dart in midair going in front of it. It was a strange sort of super flick throw.
Very, very courteous of our referee Owen Bates there to ask Larry if he needed a hand. You have to respect your elders. Full marks
45.
to Mr. Binks.
$60.
Again, this matchup for these two must be tough. You know, traveling halfway across the world together and then have to play each other.
140.
Came via the Circus Tavern, of course. I'm not sure actually when Leonard arrived whether he did wait for Gates to lose out in the semis on Sunday night, or whether he had that extra preparation time or not. Might be something worth finding out.
140.
Leonard Gates has had a slow start today, so this will be really encouraging for him. Remember, he lost his first 2 matches today, yet could still go top of the table with victory here.
81.
And it's one of those situations where you can't look back and say, what if I'd have done this? What if I'd have done that? It's all about doing it now and putting himself to the top of the table.
58. Larry Recoil, 140.
60-60, double 10.
80. Leonard Recoil, 118.
Now, Gates, sometimes we've seen him start on 18s here. The correct shot is treble 20. Went in between.
I think he was trying to start on the 18s there, I
38.
would say.
Yeah, that's what
Larry
he did
Recoil,
yesterday.
60.
We criticised him at the time for it.
Advise, I'd like to
Age
say,
on
rather
the
than
third leg.
criticise. I wouldn't say
Larry
we
Butler.
criticise. I'd say I would advise him to go the other route until he hits the treble 20 and then go for the 18.
All right, well, you advised him, I
Leonard to throw
criticised him.
first. Game on.
When you're still playing, mate, you've got to sit on the fence and get splinters.
Yeah, I just keep the door locked in the commentary box.
125.
Yeah, but the door code being 180 is not the way to stop people getting in.
What I
mate.
always think is when they're playing, that's when they can't hear me. As long as I'm only criticising the players on the hockey, then I'm
60.
all right. If they've got the volume turned up on their TV monitor in the practice room, then that's when you've got to be careful.
Absolutely. I think you need to remove the volume buttons
83.
completely from the practice room.
So just in case, I think that Owen Bates, Gary Hayes, Conan Whitehead and Colin Osbourne have been marvellous, fantastic today.
They're great sports, aren't they?
140.
293 for Leonard Gates, and he might be filling this up here.
140.
Leaves a finish and leaves Butler needing to score something similar to get himself in similar range.
80. Energy for 153. 97.
Happy with that big last dart there, Leonard Gates, with a big nod of the head.
40. Leonard require 56.
16 for tops then for a 3-1 lead.
Game show on the full flag.
Perfect dart in
Leonard
tops.
Gates.
Perfect position for Leonard Gates.
5th leg is Larry to throw first.
Very
Game-
tidy finishing from Gates.
$100. 85.
Looking to level the head-to-head for the week here, Gates, having lost to Larry yesterday. A very interesting spell. Stay with us at the
83.
MODUS Super Series. Get involved as well at MSS Darts on social media. I've got the pleasure of having Scott Mitchell alongside me, and he'll be willing to answer any questions you have, I'm sure.
140.
You can get in touch with him direct at Scotty Dog Dart. I'm at Chris Murphy 180. We will keep an eye on our Twitter feeds and answer any questions you might have.
180.
Leonard Gates asking questions of Larry Butler, and he's answering those.
Yeah, he very much is.
97. Larry require 138.
Again, a good switch downstairs for Gates. It's 138 for Butler. The Keith Della finish.
44.
Yeah,
Finishes it like Keith Della does these days.
Careful. He'll be after you. I have to say respect for Keith Jeller for getting a win at the World Seniors. It was a
Larry require 94.
well-fought victory against Mike Huntley, who's done well in this event when he's played here. 19 segment. The bullseye for Butler.
69.
Couldn't have been much closer,
And
but
Energy
now the
require
game
39.
could be over as Gates looks to close it out. Double 16 to do so. And
Game
Leonard Gates
shot
beats
out
Larry
the
Butler
match,
4-1, returning
Leonard Gates.
the defeat from yesterday and going to the top of the table. He's level on points with Owen Bates, but Bates has still a game in hand. Larry Butler remains on 8. It's a decent display though from Leonard, 4 out of 9. Again, the finishing is what won it for the American Ace, who at the halfway stage of Group A is top of the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Leonard Gates has got the better of Larry Butler by 4 legs to 1 in our previous match. So Gates with a win there. Next up for us, it is Colin Osbourne up against Owen Bates. And in the commentary box for this one, it is Chris Murphy and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, and Colin Osbourne, despite sitting in 3rd place, has emerged as the man to beat today. 2 matches played, 2 matches won, 8 legs played, 8 legs won. The Middlesbrough man is mustard so far on this Tuesday action in Group A. The man who led the table earlier this morning, Owen Bates, has now just dropped to 2nd on leg difference, and if Osbourne can beat him here, it will be a 3-way tie at the top, and it will be Bates who's sitting in 3rd place all of a sudden. With the inferior leg difference, he'll drop into minus or at best 0 with defeat. Going to put you on the spot probably for the first time.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Today, Scott.
Game on.
But based on what you've seen so far, surely you can't see anything other than a Colin Osbourne victory here.
You can't, but this young man has been quite astounding in that, you know, okay, he's just lost his last game. But I think Oz knows the importance of this one as well.
140.
So whether his experience will shine through will remain to be seen. But I think sometimes youth and exuberance can shine through in these situations as well.
41.
Power scoring has been the big thing for Bates in comparison to Osbourne. He's at a dozen maximums already in the group, Owen Bates. But Osbourne, as we pointed out at the start of the day, kind of went under the radar yesterday because despite only getting 2 wins, he was the only player in the group to have a daily average of more than 90, and he was a good few points ahead of anyone else. In fact, 3 points ahead of Owen Bates, who was the next in line.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think this one,
60.
with Colin having the darts as well, he would be looking to do a bit more of that, a power scoring and try and get in front of the young man. He knows
60
how to break hearts, and I know it's Valentine's Day, and I maybe shouldn't say that. It's a bit of a pun, but he knows how to break hearts, and he's played lots of people like Owen before, and we will see whether Colin will do that. And right on cue, he leaves tops with his 7th 180 of the group.
They know how to break hearts, but he's going to struggle to break the darts in this leg because Colin Osbourne has left tops after a dozen. With that maximum, a part of his game that he's really put right today. Osbourne has already hit more 180s than he did in the whole of yesterday's play.
A few missed darts there, but Owen Bates now putting pressure on with a nice big 137. So you'd like to think that Osbourne needs to take this now.
Game shot
off the barrel beautifully.
Colin Osbourne
from Osbourne there to take the first leg with throw.
Second leg, it's Owen to throw first.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable, looking a dominant force. I actually did have a brief chat with Colin Osbourne as he left the building yesterday, and he was in good spirits. You know, he'd only won a couple of games, but he felt that he's experienced enough in this particular event to know that it's a 3-day group. Nothing is won or lost on a Monday, and he could just feel his way into it. And he's turned up today and really, so far, blown the field aside. That's now 9 unanswered legs.
60.
I was impressed there with Bates to open up after losing that leg and to open up with a 140 on his own throw. It's something that you need to teach the young people. It's about holding your own throw and believing in holding in your own throw. You can't always hold throw, but you have to start the leg with the confidence that you can every leg that you throw. And here we go. There's a little bit more confidence here.
180.
140, 60, 180.
Taking the task to Colin Osbourne. He hasn't really been on the receiving end so far today.
180.
But what a reply that is. He's left to finish, and it just puts pressure on, doesn't it? Bates thinking he was going to have this leg easy, and suddenly he has to hope that Osbourne doesn't take this out.
Colin, you've got 141.
Lovely last start from Bates there to pressure the Osbourne 141. And he's going to return for double 18.
65.
It's all about what damage Osbourne can do. And that was a great dart, that last dart, so that he left 76. Anything under 80.
Game shot on the second leg.
Gives him a better chance of getting a dart at a double, but Bates doesn't let him.
Yeah, it's taken 10 legs, but
Colin
Osbourne has finally lost one.
Yes.
A man who's had a great career, rediscovering his form of late, Colin Osbourne. You can see that in evidence here. Another maximum.
180.
Already 3 in this match.
I mean, when you talk to Colin these days, and you know, I've bumped into him all over the place, obviously, in the last month or so, and he's playing darts with a smiley face again. He's really enjoying the game again. He's got his love back for the game, and there's nothing better than that. You know, you can get soul destroyed at time with the game, but he's now coming of an age where, you know, you just throw the bad games away and forget them and leave them on a Monday night and Wednesday night. It's a new game, and it suits Colin. It really does. Playing with that smile on his face really does suit him.
Yeah, it's now 14 years since he won that Championship League of Darts.
96.
One of 7 PDC titles.
140.
He's had big runs in many of the big tournaments as well. Colin Osbourne, we've seen him go all the way to the deep end of some of the big televised tournaments.
133.
A very tidy visit there for Osbourne on the 19s.
Semi-finalist at the Players' Championship finals, the same year he won that Championship League. But yeah, Osbourne is just he's dominant on his own throw, isn't he? And he's going to have to produce something big here, Bates, you feel?
$24. I mean, you require 100.
There just seemed to be a doubt in his mind after he missed with that first dart, didn't they? You could see it just with the look on his face.
Is this the something big that Bates needed? Double 16.
96.
That reacting is because he knows that Osbourne isn't
Colin,
missing
you require
much.
8.
He probably thinks the chance has gone to break here.
And with good players, that tends to be the way.
Game show on the third.
And there you go.
Colin Osbourne.
Colin would have been disappointed that he actually gave him a chance at that
Four-legged Owen to
112.
throw first.
But it was brilliant darts from Beeks, and that was to try and break as well. So that's why Bates
85
really was disappointed when he missed the double, because it was when you get a chance to break throw, it's generally one dart or two darts. It's not often you're in front enough to have three darts at it. So harsh at times to chastise yourself for missing one dart at a double, but that's sometimes what we do. And
55.
Let's just hope it hasn't put the young man off for his next leg, or you know, because that can happen. You can over chastise yourself on missing a double in one leg and then ultimately stop yourself in the next.
180.
Yeah, and then very quickly you find yourself wondering why you're walking off stage having lost the match. Osbourne making that prospect more likely because he's hit 4 180s already.
60.
And he was already playing well earlier today, but he's upped his level even more here, threatening the first three-figure average of the group.
Yeah, that 100 average, nothing to be sneezed at, is it?
100.
Four maximums from Osbourne in as many legs of darts. Now looking at 1-2-1 to win the leg, and Bates not leaving a finish means he doesn't even have to bother with the bullseye.
Like you say, Bates on a 90 average, he's not throwing too shabby either. Osbourne here.
He was going treble 7, wasn't he, for tops there?
13, yeah.
So he's left 13. Just by finding the wrong treble, tidies it up.
All good spotters would know that he was going for a treble 7 there.
Double 4 when he comes back.
42. Colin, you
twisting and turning so much, this group, isn't it? But it looks like the cream of Colin is going to rise to the top. Eddie was under the radar yesterday, but he's front and centre today. A 3-1 lead against Owen Bates, who suddenly is starting to stutter.
No, I disagree. I don't think he's starting to stutter. I think he's being outplayed here
Game on.
by Osbourne. Osbourne is, you know, a lot of people would struggle to stick with him here. And I don't think the young man's doing a great deal wrong there. Maybe that one dart that he chastised himself for may have turned the game. But
yeah, it's the previous game really that has done the damage for Bates, isn't it? Losing to Gary Hayes. But I think, and let's not forget that he was 3-0 up in that match as well. We remember the first leg being scruffy, but he was in a position there to win that match with ease after that.
Yeah, but you don't want the young man thinking like that at this stage in his career. He's here to learn, and he is learning in, you know, in folds here. He really is.
81.
He's picking things up that he wouldn't really know that he needed to learn. And although he's got great people around him, sometimes you can be told things, but you don't generally listen until you actually learn it yourself. So And he's learnt a lot probably in the last 25 minutes that he wouldn't have thought that he was going to learn when he arrived here.
Well, that's totally true. And they say, don't they, that victory is empty. There are lessons in defeat. And he had 4 victories yesterday.
60.
Looking at 2 very different types of defeat to learn from as well here. And in this short format, I think that's a great, if he does watch this back, I think it's a great point that Scott made about just beating himself up for one
100.
mistake, because that can carry over then, and the game's over very quickly before you've given yourself a chance to get yourself playing properly again, or at least thinking properly again.
140.
I think I'd have stayed there and tried to left that double 15, but and that's not a criticism. That's just to try and put Oz under pressure, but he's done enough to put Osbourne under pressure. That's a wayward dart where I think the first dart caused him a problem there, going for the treble. So now it's Owen Bates for 72.
Yeah, and this isn't over yet. If he hits this, it's a breaker throw. He's throwing them for 3-3.
Game show on the 5th leg.
But did you
Owen
notice
Bates
there that he took a split second longer than he did when he went with the 112? He seemed to throw the 112 like it was a hot potato in his hand, and he had to get rid of it quickly. And that time just composed himself a little bit more, and out he went. So fair play to him there.
Well, we're on the positive praise. He is the only player so far to have taken any legs off Colin Osbourne. He's taken 2, but he's done
41.
it when Osbourne's actually producing his performance of the week so far.
And that's the impressive part. That's the impressive part. Like we said, we said yesterday, you know, Owen Bates is in that lovely little bubble at the minute. All dart players that have
62
hit a bit of form at any time in their darting life knows it is just the most lovely bubble to be in. He had a great Q school and he, you know, challenged tour, made a
60.
final. You know, he's probably feeling that he's at the height of his game at this particular moment in time. He gets a lovely invite to the MODUS Super Series. He comes here to learn, and that's exactly what he's doing. He really is at the top of the game at the moment, and he's only going to go higher if he continues to learn like he has in the last month.
He's very much in this match as well. We were talking at the beginning about the prospect of it being a 3-way tie at the top, but if Bates can turn this around, then he goes clear at the top once again.
Eighty-one.
Osbourne has dropped off that, but I think part of this where he was earlier in the match, but I think part of that is because Owen has not allowed him to get away with anything. He's come back strongly, Owen Bates here, and it's his comeback that is stopping Colin more than anything.
140. $99. Colin, you're back 118.
Well, this is for the match. Can stay there to get a dart at double 19.
99.
Will come back.
Yeah, the correct way to go for the 118 in my mind. We seem to have had that debate a few times already.
99.
In a day and a half of play.
So double 8. Double 4.
50.
See him mutter to himself, come on there. He knows that Bates is waiting.
Owen requires
Talking at the back of the stage like a predator ready to pounce on his prey. But a missed big number.
44.
And he threw that last dart rather angrily.
4.
Still found the target he was going for, mine. But if Osbourne hits the target he's going for, it's game over. And he does.
Game,
Colin
shot, and
Osbourne
the
carries
match.
on this
Colin
winning run. It's
Osbourne.
all 3 wins for the Wizard today. And it means that he now joins Owen Bates and Leonard Gates on 10 points in a 3-way tie at the top of the table. It's another average higher than 90 for Colin Osbourne. He really is on a golden spell of form right now and making the most of it, converting performances into results. But it's 2 on the bounce, lost by Bates, who now drops into 3rd spot behind Osbourne and Gates. We will return in a couple of moments' time with a big match for Gary Hayes, looking to cling on to that pack. Conan Whitehead is his opponent.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osbourne is having some day so far. 4-2 win against Owen Bates, doing so with a 92 average, 4 maximums to his name. We called Tuesday moving day, and he is making a huge move indeed. It means it is now incredibly tight at the top of the table in Group A here at the Super Series, where Gates, Osbourne and Bates all find themselves on 10 points. Next up for us, it's the game between Gary Hayes and Conan Whitehead. And watching this one for us in the commentary box, let's hand back over to Scott Mitchell and first to Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, from the top to the bottom of the table, Conan Whitehead still with only 1 win to his name, the man who was the conqueror at the very first Super Series. He takes on Gary Hayes, and I'll get your opinion on this straight away, Scott. I think it's a big match for Gary. We know that Conan is now battling for Group B at best. Even that's a tall order with 3 players already 8 points clear of him. But for Gary Hayes, if he wins this, he goes on to 8. He's actually 2 off top all of a sudden.
Gary to
and it's a real 5-man race for that #1 spot.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I just wonder whether Gary Hayes realises the situation, because, you know, he's been a bit doom and gloom about some of his performances yesterday. Not doom and gloom, just the fact that he hasn't performed. And I actually spoke to him on my last trip. Up to the balcony, and I said, you're not doing a lot wrong, mate. You're doing okay. you're finding your way in. You've got another 5 days, another 3 days after this one here. Anyway, you've got to keep continuing to learn, and I think he's starting to enjoy it now. You know, he's starting to enjoy becoming a normal routine. Is how he felt in the way that he explained it to me. So, yeah, I'm not sure whether he realises that a good win here will actually put him right back in the race.
Yeah, very much so. And
85.
just have, obviously, a couple of those other rivals to play. So just sort of getting caught in daydreaming and pondering what could happen. Gary Hayes, by the end of the day, well, if he wins this one, he will be 2 points behind, but he's going to play 2 of those players on 10 points, so he could actually get ahead of both of them by the end of the day.
58.
And then if you reverse that, you've got Conan that probably feels he can't get through now anyway, and you might find a Conan that's relaxed.
You're already looking now, if he loses this match, and it's almost certain that he's going to be in Group C, because with the other players battling out for top spot, that means that the gap to the top 3 is just as big as it is to the top 1. And it's top 3 that it's all about for making it into Group B. Second and third go into it. So Whitehead's got a long day and a half ahead of him. Playing to discover some form.
74. Gary require.
The other thing that Conan said to me on the way through was he wanted to wish Shirley a happy Valentine's Day.
You've done that for him. Scott Mitchell playing Cupid here at the Super Series. I'm just playing stupid.
63. Conan, you require 32.
So here we go then. Leg 1 for Conan. Double 16.
Game shown the first leg.
Once again,
Conan
using
Whitehead.
the dart beautifully. Break a throw.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it is Valentine's today. If you've just been engulfed in the darts, don't forget that you need to go and get a card. I have booked a table myself. Going to go down the snooker club tonight.
$83.
Last time I bought the wife roses, she asked me what I'd done wrong.
$140.
Starting to look a little bit rosier for Conan Whitehead. 2 in the red bed there after that. First leg went his way.
40.
Break a throw as well, so Conan well on top of Gary Hayes, a man, of course, who he did get the better of yesterday, the only victory that Conan Whitehead had.
100.
4-2 was the scoreline on that occasion.
100. 140.
Super set up there, 40 after 12 from Conan. He'll be wondering where this game has been
45.
so far
Conan,
in
you
this
require
week
40.
2 Group A.
Game shown the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. 13 data, and he's actually, after, only a couple of legs, I know, but
Still against Gary to
he's
throw
averaging
first.
100.
Game on.
He's only a couple of legs, but, you know, he could be halfway through the match here. He might only have 2 more to play. More likely if he maintains that
100.
standard.
$60.
Once again, we flashed that average up just at the right time there. That might have just dropped off 100 there with that score of 60. So perfect timing again. From us hearing comms on that.
35.
Another aspect to think about in this
60.
system is that, you know, it's very likely if these 2 players stay in the same positions they're in or don't move much, that they'll play again in Group C, which means there's another 3 meetings between them this week. So for
85.
Conan to keep getting the wins, it's probably a help, isn't it? A slight psychological advantage going into the more important meetings later in the week.
140.
Yeah, it could work that way. Or Gary could start to think that if Conan beats him a couple of times, then surely I'm going to have a turn at this and turn him round. So it can work in a reverse
81.
way. Gary there looking at the scoreboard before his last start and then promptly threw it in a 1.
100. Gary
All players are
100.
victims of that. At times we don't quite grasp the scoreboard when we go to throw. We're going tops here.
60.
Hit the first, not the
Only
second.
141.
So first one's in on the 141. Treble. So we go treble 10 now.
89.
It's
Gary required
usually
40.
Conan's preferred route. So Gary Hayes then, he's already hit tops once to leave tops. Now he needs it again.
It looks like an inviting guide, but he got nowhere
No
near
score.
it with either of the darts.
Conan, you require 52.
Just the 12 route, 'cause there's nothing he can do wrong
12.
from there. Other than
Gary
miss the
required
double top.
40. Game show on the third.
Very
Gary
assertive,
Hayes.
assured dart there from Gary Hayes after not being able to utilise a marker in the previous visit. He certainly did that
It's
time.
Conan to throw first.
There was something bugging me yesterday, you know when you see someone and you think they look like someone and you can't quite put your
140.
finger on who. And I had that with Gary Hayes. Then I watched the Merseyside derby last night and I got it. You think Sean Dyche?
Yeah. I thought it
140.
immediately yesterday, but I didn't want to say anything. I wasn't brave enough.
Yeah, it's a passing resemblance, but there's certainly something there.
83.
Sure has the determination of Sean Dyche when you listen to Sean Dyche talk.
121.
Particularly before the Merseyside derby last night, he had a determination there that was infectious for his players, and that's why he's so popular. Being a Bournemouth fan myself, back during the World Cup break, I was hoping that he was going to be appointed at Bournemouth, but it didn't kind of happen. A lot of the Bournemouth fans didn't want that, but I'd have had him. I'd have had him down there, and his no-nonsense approach to the game.
But he couldn't come back from 2-0 behind. That's what Gary Hayes is trying to do here.
98.
Well, a miscount there, I think, from Conan Whitehead. It's not one that's going to do him any damage, but had he found the treble 20, he would have been leaving double 3, and that's why there's a little tap on the head there from Whitehead.
60. Conan, you require 46.
Well, I think he's playing in such a relaxed mode that that's probably where the mistake came from, but now he has a chance to rectify it.
Great miss.
If you're going to miss double 18, that is the place
14.
to miss it.
Gary require 120.
So here we go. Treble 20, Shanghai on the 20s. Is that going to be a hindrance? Yes, it is. It's not in, so
60.
still looking for
Conan, you
another treble.
require
I think
32.
maybe coming out for the 16s might have been the answer there because of the angle of the darts, but
Game
it
show on
makes
the
no
fourth
difference.
leg. Conan Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead takes a 3-1 lead.
And that means he's one away from his first win of the day. And it's
Gary to throw first. Game on.
Groundhog Day for Gary. Conan, the only man, well, Gary, the only man rather, that
59.
Conan managed to beat yesterday. Could be going the same way. Deja vu. And that makes it more likely the 1-2-3 after Hayes failed to find a treble at all.
195.
I do feel if Gary Hayes could just get a couple on the bounce, it would change his confidence towards the group in the game. But
140.
you've got to do a lot to do something about the way that Conan's playing at the moment.
$100.
A little bit of a reaction there from Conan Whitehead, and why not a 180 to set up a match-winning chance. And look at the average there from Whitehead, 97.58. Brilliant stuff.
177. Conan, you rock 158. Game shot on the match. Conan
Super
Whitehead.
finish there from Conan Whitehead. That's the Conan we've been looking for so far this week. Look at that average stat, 96.04. Even his checkouts were still 4 out of 12 and still maintained that massive average. So, as we head to the break, our next match will be Colin Osbourne beat Larry Butler on your return.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
We saw Conan reign under the confetti in October. We saw him win out with a fantastic performance in our previous match as he got the better of Gary Hayes by 4 legs to 1 with a 96 average. Let's see what that result then does to the league standings. We played 8 games in Group A, so the halfway point of the group. It sees 3 players tied at the top on 10 points in Gates, Osbourne and Bates, although Larry Butler can join them on that mark with a victory in this one, which would mean a 4-way tie at the top. It is the tight Group A which we were expecting right from the get-go, a quality Group A that we expected right from the get-go. So let's get into round 9 in the company of Scott Mitchell and first, Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it is very, very tight. I think that, myself, maybe Scott will get his opinion in a moment, thought that it could be like this, maybe 3 or 4 players tied on this amount of points halfway through. I think maybe the players that are involved might have been different. Certainly, I would have probably put Conan Whitehead in the mix, but he is the man at the foot of the table. Colin Osbourne, the star performer today, no doubt about that, looking to go top for the first time.
Okay, first leg, it's
but as
Colin
Henry
to
described,
first.
if
Game
Larry
on.
Butler can find a victory here, then it will be 4 players tied on 10.
Larry's not just, to find a victory here. Larry's going to have to up his average by 10 points because Oz with his experience knows where Larry is in the table, but he will know that Larry hasn't been averaging anywhere near what Colin has been over the last day and a half.
Yeah, he's averaging roughly 94, 95 for the day, Colin Osbourne, about 92, 93 for the week. So that's a standard that will usually win any Group A. If he keeps it up, you can see him actually starting to put a gap between himself and the rest of the field. But it won't happen today. There's only 2 matches left to play. The most points he can get is 14. And somebody else is likely to get at least 12. So it's going to be a really good grandstand finish to this group tomorrow.
It's going to be no daylight overnight is what we mean now. That's the simple way of saying it. Whoever's going to be at the top is not going to have daylight.
No daylight overnight. Love it.
100.
Well, this is Larry Butler's dangerous time, isn't it now? He lost his first couple of games yesterday and then went on a 3-match winning streak. Although he was beaten by Colin Osbourne. That was the second of those defeats, 4-2.
41.
I think Larry's at a stage with his career now. He doesn't worry about who he's playing. He's just worried about what darts he gets out in what game. I think he's played all the stars in the past and he's been on those big stages. And a game like now, he probably doesn't know whether he's playing Colin Osbourne or Osbourne Colin. He won't matter. He will just be trying to get his game out here. The situation won't grab him. None of that. I think he's just concentrating on him, and that's what you have to respect that, because that's one of the most difficult things to do is concentrate on yourself and trying to remove yourself from that situation.
That kind of makes him dangerous as well, doesn't it? Not caring, really. Carefree. Colin Osbourne has just been quality today. He'll be disappointed not to have taken that leg. Larry has an opportunity for an early break here.
Like I say, when you say that Larry's sort of not bothered, and here we go, tops for Larry.
54.
That 16. Again in this group makes Conan Whitehead very, very dangerous with his ability tomorrow.
Game shown the first.
Now he knows the game's up for winning the group. He can just play. Absolutely.
He's done all the trying and everything, and it hasn't worked. So now he will just relax, and we saw what he relaxed just now, and 96.06. So in the averages. So yeah, I think Conan still has a big place to a big role to play in who wins this group.
Yeah, watch out for Whitehead. 4-1 win over Gary Hayes just before that break then, with that 96 average Scott just mentioned. Osbourne, though, has been averaging in the 90s in, well, his last 4 matches now, including the first 3 today.
46. 41.
Owen Bates, our referee there. Pretty shiny
29.
shoes he's got on today. They must be nice. They must be nice fitting, because otherwise, you know, he would wear something more comfortable. So
180.
Were a perfect fit, weren't they, for the treble 20?
135.
and there are those shiny shoes. Look at those beauties.
Bobby Dazzlers.
Absolutely.
Quite big as well, aren't they?
Comes in with his Mr. Sheen polish and shines them up so you can see his face in them.
140. Larry Rock, 154.
I think it should be worn for standing in the exclusion zone.
It's only his toes are in the exclusion zone. It's not actually his feet. His feet are back in the,
98.
back in the shoes.
40.
Colin Osbourne here he's turned it around very, very quickly. It was a slow start. He's won the first leg, but he wasn't at the standard that he has been for the rest of the day. Suddenly
20.
leaves himself a finish after 12, but look where
Larry
Larry is.
56.
That's something that he's been doing all week, you know, Larry Butler, isn't it? He goes with his opponent. When they're slow, he can be slow, but when they lift their game, so does he, and he gives
46.
himself chances in most
Colin
legs.
McQuire, 20.
Yeah, he does. It's a lovely little thing to have in your repertoire as a dart player. There's a lot of players out there, you know. I think
Game on the second leg.
we can
Colin
describe
Osbourne.
James Wade in that mode where he will beat people with an 82 or 83, and then they step
So
up
I
to
think it's
110,
Collins
and
to throw
James will go
first.
with them.
Game
You know, he's probably the most highlighted one that does that.
It doesn't waste much, does he, James Wade? And I think we see that from Larry Butler here. But Osbourne
96.
just has that air of authority about him today, gathering more and more confidence with every performance, every win.
on cue.
180.
Back comes Larry.
So
83.
it's 4 9-dart finishers to his name, Colin Osbourne. Pretty impressive stuff to have done that. He does have one with us here
54.
at the MODUS Super Series as well.
$81.
Larry's 180 seems to have woken Colin up a bit to get him back into this leg. And here's Larry again.
85.
Travelled across the bed, but went too far there and into the 5. I'll be disappointed with that visit with a treble 20 with his first dart.
He started the leg with a 180. Butler, who himself does have a competitive 9-darter
60.
to his name. It's quite remarkable, this, actually. Colin Osbourne and Larry Butler were in matches that involved 9 darters in the exact same tournament.
150.
Butler hit one in the first round in defeat in a Las Vegas Pro Tour, and Colin Osbourne had one hit against him in a victory
45.
over Wes Newton
Required,
the very next round.
I had one hit against me a few
Game
weeks
shot
ago
the
in the
third
Challenge
leg.
Tour.
Larry Butler.
Well, James Hurrell still managed to sneak over the line and get to 5 first.
Full flag, it's Larry to
Like
throw
we said before,
first.
with that long
Game.
leg we witnessed, it still counts the same, doesn't it? Although I would say, hit one at Champions Week, and there's a nice little rollover prize going on. I think the pot
59.
for this series is up to £1,500. I might have to double check that with the powers that can be before I get myself in trouble, but I'm pretty sure it was a £500 rollover and one hasn't been hit yet.
What do you mean before they go to the
59.
bank of Chris for the 1,500 for mentioning it and guaranteeing it?
They'll have to hit it first.
Well, there is that, yeah.
But yeah, only on Champions Week, by the way, just for clarity.
57.
Phew, we got that one out of the way. Lovely. Well covered, mate. Well covered.
Of course, we do have a player there already. If you didn't see the action last week,
60.
Saturday night, John Worsley was the first player to put his name on the list of 12 for that Champions Week, where £20,000 will be up for grabs.
$140.
Osbourne there, back in the lipstick.
93.
Larry there being the spotter's nightmare all over the board again, searching for a treble 20 or a treble of any sort.
If he gets a treble with the next
105.
visit, it eliminates his need to think here, but if he doesn't find a treble with his first 2 darts, the bullseye might come into play. Let's see if he does.
100. Colin, you've
He got the treble, so that it made it irrelevant. Osbourne, pretty old school as well. We do see some more modern players will go 57 tops there, but Osbourne very much likes to start most of those combinations on treble 20.
And I see why, because you're throwing at the treble 20 all the time would be the theory there.
56. Colin, you require 40.
Take a 3-1 lead and a break of throw for Oz.
$30. Larry requires
to be
76.
on this visit, so 76 to pick his pocket and go 2-2. Stranger things have happened.
56.
Pretty close. Osbourne, though, just keep offering opportunities here. He's missed 9 darts at double in the match. Not playing at the supreme standard that we've seen so far today, but it's still enough for him to lead this one 3-1, and he'll now throw for a 4th win.
It's Collins to throw
of the day.
Game on.
Remaining unbeaten if he gets this leg.
He has dropped off of those averages that he's been setting himself earlier today, but he won't mind if he brings this home 4-1. The averages won't mean diddly squat.
Yeah, and a big part of that, those 9 darts that he's missed at double. Fortunately for him, Larry's been unable to capitalise. And this is for Osbourne to be the first to make it to 12 points in this group. Owen Bates and Leonard Gates will have the opportunity to do the same in the next couple of matches. Gates faces Hayes and Bates takes on Whitehead.
140.
In fact, really interestingly, all 3 of those players that are tied on 10 have already played each other today, so
95.
there is the possibility that they could just mirror each other's results for the rest of the day and all be tied on 14 at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and if that does happen, then you
100.
fear that Gary Hayes has then been dropped off the bottom again.
Yeah, even if that happens and Larry Butler doesn't get more than 8 points, then you'd have to say he's not going to make it to top spot with just 1 day left to play. 6-point gap is massive. Particularly because all those players would have to play each other, so will inevitably take points off each other.
Yeah, without the fact that there's only 10 points available as well.
95.
So, yeah, very much so.
But he's not out of this one yet. 1-2-6 left. He will get a go at it to break Osbourne when he comes back.
$22. Larry Rick 126.
That was a bit aggressive, wasn't it? The bounce out.
He had to have hit right on the corner where the 2 blades join for that to have thrown back like that. Could have gone in those shiny shoes of Owen Bates there if he was not careful.
Left himself handy in the end with a decent 2 darts. 19's probably here.
100.
Great visit, leaves 22, but the thinking was that if he missed it, then he'd be on a simple 2 darter on 60, so you can see the reason for that.
Game show on the fifth leg. Larry Butler.
When you hit an 18 that far wide, and he couldn't have missed it by any further, right in the corner there.
Fifth leg is Larry
You don't
to
expect the
throw
player
first.
then to go
Game
up
on.
and hit the double, but Larry doesn't worry about that. Inside the 18 is inside the 18, even if it is right in the corner next to the 4 on the far side.
135.
And he just nailed that double top. Impressive.
Proving a bit of a nuisance to Colin Osbourne here.
55.
Larry Butler, one of those unpredictable players who can just pop in a 180 from nowhere.
100.
In all fairness, if we have a little look at the averages, you can see how Colin has dropped right off what he's been doing already today. And Larry has crept himself up a little bit, even though he was
59.
behind. And if you look at those, where would your money be now?
Osbourne was in position, wasn't he, to win the match with that set-up shot in the previous leg. And that average you show from Colin Osbourne just shows that it has kind of been famine or feast in this game, because it's a 77 average with 3 140s, a 177 and a 180.
It's the checkout stat that
105.
has harmed his 3 doubles out of 12 attempts. That's what's harmed his average on this one.
Well, Butler
55.
is set to make it
Larry
3-3.
80.
And Osbourne's unbeaten record today is under threat. And remember, if he does win this match, Larry Butler, it's 4 players on 10.
On the sixth
And
leg.
he's 1 leg away from doing so.
Larry Butler nonchalantly just throws 2 single 20s there and a double top. Like
7
we
from
all knew
final
it was
leg
going to
is Colin
happen.
to throw first. Game on.
Superstar.
5 games to go after this. If Osbourne wins this leg, he moves clear at the top of the table on 12 points, leaving Larry 4 adrift with 2 players on 10 in between them. But if Butler wins, it's Gates, Osbourne, Bates and Butler all tied on 10 points at the top of the table.
96. $84.
Needed that treble 20 there, did Osbourne? Because look at Larry, he can smell a win
99.
coming in his favour, and he feels it's going to be his leg and his day.
83.
And while he keeps hitting those first dart trebles, you have to say it's difficult to argue with, but last dart there into that 5 could prove to be costly. Osbourne's got to come out of there now and go back up to the top
99.
to leave himself a shot of 167.
$63. Colin, you've got 167.
63 and no finish for Butler. Could that bounce out be crucial? Well, I think that was a dart on dart out, really. It didn't really hit anything. It was just momentum was stopped by his own dart.
Well, that last one from Colin Osbourne really could prove to be huge. You say fine margins again. Butler gets a bounce out. Osbourne manages to sneak one into the treble 20 when 2 darts look to be blocking it.
67.
Is that the difference between victory and defeat?
And that last dart from Larry Butler there was just an afterthought to what he was doing. I don't know what was happening there.
Double top. And it's another win for the Wizard. Osbourne is at it today. Not the best performance by any stretch of the imagination from the man who won his first 3 matches with averages in the 90s, but he's ground out a victory, carried on his winning run, and he's gone clear at the top of the table. He's on 12 points. Gates and Bates on 10. Butler remains on 8, and Leonard Gates is the next man to try and answer that question that Colin Osbourne has just posed. He's in action next against Gary Hayes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen yet another victory for Colin Osbourne as he gets the better of Larry Butler by 4 legs to 3. So it is yet another win for the Wizard. Will we see any wizardry in this one? We're going to see Leonard Gates in action. He takes on Gary Hayes. It is our 11th game of the afternoon, but for whom is it going to be Heavenly 4? Let's find out with Chris and Scott.
Well, as the day goes on, the more important games become. And Leonard Gates now will be chasing a win to put him up there at the top of the group with Colin Osbourne. Gary Hayes doesn't win this one. You say he's cast adrift with Conan Whitehead in Group A.
Yeah, big match for the pair of them for different reasons. When they met yesterday, Leonard Gates.
Okay, first leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Got the better of Gary Hayes rather convincingly as well. It was a 4-0 whitewash win. Hayes did not even get a dart at double in that match.
140.
No, he didn't, but he's got to get his mind set on trying to get into Group B, hasn't he? If you can't top the group, you've got to try and do enough to get into Group B.
There's still 6 more players to join the action this week. Group B
90
players will be coming in on Thursday evening, and they will join whoever finishes 2nd and 3rd in this highly competitive
44.
group. And Group C players, as always, coming in
59.
Thursday daytime session, joining the players that finish 4th, 5th and 6th.
85.
Give you confirmation of the players that will be joining us later this week as Gates looks to fill it up. Can't quite manage it. But yeah, the Group B. In fact, I'll do it after this leg because Gates is looking like he's about to finish the leg.
Which way is Leonard going for this one? We're all guessing. Yeah, he is. He's gone the 16s route. It looks like a 7 is his second dart. So 49 left. A little tap on the side of his own head there. Where's 40. He going for 49? Yeah, he's left himself 32. Hayes now will be looking for a 140 just to pressure the shot.
$85. Leonard, you require 32. $16. Gary require 87.
I think Gates isn't realising the importance of this match, you know. I think he may have seen the table out in the back room. It's bullseye for Hayes.
62. Energy requires 16.
Well, he's already had something he didn't have against Gates yesterday, which was a dart at double. Albeit the ball.
Game shot in the first leg.
And that's all he is getting
Leonard
in this
Gates.
first leg. Yeah, just going back to the point about the groups for later in the week. Group B will feature players 2 and 3 from this group. And Adam Hunt, Prakash Jiwa and Rob Collins, all pretty well-known players. And Callum Francis, John Brown and Luke Getty come into Group C.
60.
Wow, the Super Series does not get any easier, does it, as the week goes on? I wonder if the players feel that they have an advantage of having played the first 3 days and coming in to sort of Group B and C. Some of the guys are cold. I wonder how that feels. But
yeah, also some of you at home will have wondered because you'll have seen players appear twice in the same series. Now, basically, the rule is that you can play twice. You can have 2 chances at getting through to finals night, playing 2 different weeks. But you can't play twice in Group A. So nobody can have 2 full weeks of trying to qualify. Anyone who misses out here, if they do return, they'll be in Group B or C next time they arrive.
And that will be their final chance, I take it.
85.
Yeah, no more than 2 bites of the cherry. You may get to a point where there just become so many players available and wanting to play in it that it might only ever be 1 chance. But because of the fact that there are no restrictions apart from tour card holders, of course, people wanting to play in other events, challenge tours, WDF events, things like that, some weeks they're highly demanded and some weeks there's a smaller pool of players to pick from. But there are some players who are just, a fair few actually, really focusing and prioritising this now. This seems to be the place for many players to pitch their tent ahead of going to challenge tours or WDF events.
And I can see why. You know, I visited in October and did a few days commentating there. Now I'm here for the week, and you can see why. It's just the perfect place to come learn, come make your TV debut here. And people will be listing this as their TV debut on their CVs, on their darting CVs, without doubt.
Double top then to double his lead.
That's
going to hurt Hayes once again. He's waiting on a finish. He wasn't looking. He was just waiting to hear the call of Owen Bates. And it was game short on the second leg, Leonard Gates.
Third against Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, Leonard Gates there, he's starting in a different position as to how he started the previous
139.
leg. He was quite far over to his left.
93.
Which is a strange one. We mentioned it with Owen Bates the other day. You thought you noticed that he'd done the same. It's got to be that they're just looking at the board to line themselves up and think they're in the right place. And I I remember there was a little device brought out by Wimau called the sight right that went under your board, and you could see that you were lining up. You dropped a plumb line from the top
100.
to make sure your sight right under the ball was in the right place, and then there was 2 lines on the board, and where those lines lined up to where you were throwing, you knew you were in the exactly same place every time. It was a clever little device.
Yeah, it was a really interesting experiment, actually, isn't it? Because most players, if they stood in it, it wouldn't make a straight line. So they're actually not getting a true picture of how to throw based on their sort of
100.
eye dominance, if you like, to the board. You would think that standing dead centre is correct for everybody, but it's not, because we don't all have the same line of sight.
95.
Same line of sight and the same line of throw, because some people throw from, it's like golf. Some people throw with a right to left a little bit, and some people go from the opposite eye and go a little bit left to right.
85. And you require
There
91.
aren't that many that actually go straight off the eye and straight down the middle.
Well, he didn't want to be straight down the middle there. He wanted the treble 17. Great recovery, double top. I'm
51.
getting the feeling that Gary Hayes is
Gary,
starting to hate playing
123.
Leonard Gates. Didn't have a single dart at double yesterday. So far in this match, all he's had is 1 at the bullseye. He might get another at the bullseye here. Wasn't even interested in anything other, but doesn't get near it.
93. Leonard, you require 40.
Showing a little too much frustration to his opponent for me. Letting him know how he feels.
30.
But he's coming back, and he'll be coming back at the double 15.
Gary, require 30.
Double 15. Now, Leonard Gates looked behind him there. Seemed to be maybe a little bit of noise or something. We saw the referee, Owen Bates,
No score.
have a look as well.
Leonard, you require 10.
Keep our eye on that. He's splitting this for double 4. Hayes cannot watch.
6. Gary, require 30.
Hayes been involved in another lengthy leg. He had one of these with Owen Bates earlier. And
No score.
he
Leonard, you
just
require
can't
4.
buy any luck whatsoever.
Double 2.
Game
Well,
shot
it is
the
Murphy's
third leg.
law, isn't it, for
Leonard
Gary Hayes?
Gates.
Anything that can go wrong will go wrong in this match. The little Gaz, he will be feeling a bit battered
Leonard
and
Gates
bruised
to
here,
throw
but many of
first.
those
Game
blows self-inflicted.
Somehow you just got to be able to calm yourself down in those moments. And
59.
speaking to people about little Gaz, this is very, very unusual, but it's reminiscent of somebody that's on TV on the big
45.
stage, and in their early days and their first times. It's just we know he's had a tough week already before he even got here. And look at this composure here. This is lovely.
180.
Not sure why he checked the score there when going for a 180.
Look at the starting position of Leonard Gates again there. We see him in the middle of the hockey in the previous legs. Once again, he's right to the left. It's a massive difference. Really interesting. That to me is conscious. That's not just he stepped slightly to the left. He's gone from the middle of the hockey
9.
to the corner. Look at him there. Look at how far across he's standing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he has. He's
85.
it's like, I don't think I could do that. I don't think that would be anywhere near my repertoire to be able to cope with that. I maybe had to slide across and try and hit a treble 20
60.
or something with one dart, but I don't think I would do that and jockey across the hockey to the left and be able to do that as a
100.
permanent throw.
He's obviously searching for something. He's not had a great performance himself, but Gary Hayes is in self-destruct mode in this match, and Gates may well get away with another 4-0 win against him.
40.
Yeah, Gary Hayes is just having one of those where he just wants to get off and regroup.
140. Gary, 153.
Well, this would be ironic, wouldn't it? If out of nowhere we were to pop in an enormous checkout, like a 153.
Here we go. Unlucky,
135.
unlucky, unlucky, Gary Hayes.
46.
So it's double 16 for the
30.
match. I'm just wondering whether
Gary
Leonard
McQuarrie,
knows
18.
what's on this game here, and he's gone tight a little.
Game shown the 4 flag. Gary Hayes.
Hayes then won't be whitewashed. Yeah, there is certainly a marked difference in the performance of Leonard Gates. In fact, a little bit similar to Colin Osbourne in the previous match. We didn't see the best of him, did we, when he was tasked with getting to the top of the table? Gates similar in his level here.
57.
Just trying to see where he was standing on the hockey that time, because it is. They do call him soldier, don't they? It's been very much left, right, left, right.
It very much has,
45.
yeah. It very much has, but I can't understand the players being a little bit nervy here at the end of today, because, you know, we've still got a whole day's play to go. You know, I can
58.
understand it at the end of tomorrow, maybe with a couple of games to go. But today you've got to be soldiering on, I would have thought.
Yeah, maybe a few of them are suffering from vertigo, scared of heights.
60.
Don't want to be at the top. And I do take your point. It is strange to see back-to-back players
60.
who've been playing really well stuttering with the top of the table in the sights. Still, both might win and both might still get to 12 points. That's a likely outcome. And I wonder what it does to Owen Bates.
59.
You've spoken about it being an education for him. If he's watching in the practice room, one eye on the TV screen in there, does he think, well, this is my chance to show that I am
45.
the main man in this group? He faces Conan Whitehead next, although we do know that Conan is now very, very dangerous.
Yeah, we're into dangerous barbarian territory here, where
60.
he doesn't seem to give a jot. And that makes him very relaxed and very dangerous.
So certainly in his previous
133.
result, that thumping win over this man, Gary Hayes, in which he averaged 96.
134. Energy back 148.
Good start. Another one of those for Gates.
100. Gary Rock 143.
So he nearly had the 153 last time. Are we going to? Not this time. He hasn't quite made it.
59.
So to finally put an end
48.
to this one, Leonard Gates wants double 16. Raise his eyebrows there. He's closer to the treble than he was comfortable with. But he does get over the line in the end. A 4-1 success for Leonard Gates. Scott Mitchell, not the performance he was expecting, but the result that he wanted.
Absolutely, it was the result that he was seeking, but I think it was a nervous way to seek that result. We can see there, you know, 4 out of 18 on the checkout stats, a 74 average. Leonard's been doing better than that, but bottom line is he now tops the group. His leg difference is better. As we head off into the break, we will return. Our next match will be Owen Bates versus Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Leonard Gates has sealed a 4-1 success against Gary Hayes, which means in terms of the league table, he is the man back at the top on 12 points above Colin Osbourne on legs difference. Next up for us, it's Owen Bates up against Conan Whitehead. Whitehead, a man we've seen many a times on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And why don't you join us on Saturday night at the Super Series? Tickets are free and available via dartshop.tv. They are complimentary, and it is some night out at the darts. But we're looking forward to some afternoon tungsten tussle here between Bates and Whitehead. And it's going to be watched by Mitchell and Murphy.
Henry Deacon there breaking a million hearts, because all of the people who've booked tickets as a Valentine's Day gift, all their partners have now found out they got them for free. Thanks, Henry. But if you haven't done it yet, do head to dartshop.tv and get yourself here on Saturday, 7:30 start, as Henry said. Will we see either of these players? Will we see both of these players in action come Saturday night? Owen Bates, the most likely to make it through from this group. He can join Leonard Gates and Colin Osbourne on 12 points with a win, but Whitehead turned up in his last match. Only beaten Gary Hayes so far this week, but he beat him with his best performance by a mile
First leg is Owen to throw first.
Previous match.
Game on. $140.
Well, no nerves there from a good start from Owen Bates. Obviously, he has this chance to go and join the group toppers on 12.
Yeah, and we saw cagey performances from the pair of them. They both got victories, Colin Osbourne and Leonard Gates, but they weren't convincing, so it will be interesting to see how Owen Bates performs here.
$140.
Particularly for him, having lost his last couple of matches as well.
31.
And he's facing a Conan Whitehead who just looks very relaxed and blasé about the whole situation, really.
100.
That confidence he's got from that big average of his last game seems to be flowing into this one.
100. Conan, you've got 138.
130 means that Bates just needs one treble to get a dart at the bullseye when he returns, but Whitehead is going to be waiting to break if he doesn't take this out.
Conan, you've got 130.
Taking a look for a treble. Slight lateral
44.
drift.
Conan, you require 56.
It's 56 for Whitehead. Double top coming in.
Game shot on the
double
first
top
leg.
going in.
Conan Whitehead.
A breaker throw for Conan.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Well, Scotty Dog alongside me called it, and Conan Whitehead has gone wild since he was basically out of the race to win this group. 96 average in his previous match, a 4-1 win over
140.
Gary Hayes, and this match has started with a 14 dart leg, which backed up with that 140 amounts to an early average of 30 points more than Bates is producing.
100.
Impressive stat. You've got to keep it up.
26.
A dart player's confidence takes a while to build up and just seconds to destroy.
140.
Just having a close look at the equipment of Conan Whitehead there. It's difficult to see where the dart end and the stem starts, but it looked like very, very long
92.
shafts that he uses there.
Yeah, it looks like he's past the medium length. It's definitely long ones by the looks of it.
And opposite really for
55.
Bates, he's got a really long barrel and then short stems in the back of it.
$140. 100. Conan, you require 103.
Similar shots in front of them. Treble 17, double 16 would be the requirement here. 106 is one of those finishes where
67.
nobody really knows
Conan, you require
where the best place to
106.
start is.
No. Where are we starting here? Starting at the top. 86, treble 18, 82. Probably go bull, or would he go treble 14? He went bull.
33. Conan, you require 36.
It all got a bit messy for Bates there. That's Whitehead looking
Game
for
show
double.
on the second leg. Conan
18
Whitehead.
and finding it nice and cleanly. It was like a controlled there, one out, one in, and it went.
Delegates Owen to
The
throw
strange thing here is
first.
we had 3 players playing back to back, all on 10 points, all looking to go to 12.
120.
Bates gets unlucky there with that dart sandwich between. Yeah, 2 of them really scruffy, really scrappy, the worst performances of the day.
100.
Win. Owen Bates is playing better than both of those players, but he's running to Conan Whitehead at the top of his game, might end up losing.
Yeah, Owen's listed his average from the first leg.
140.
As you can see, he's not a million miles away. Conan obviously dropped off from the 113 we showed
140.
just a few darts ago. And he's just popped back into the hundreds there with that 140.
Yeah, he's looking like he's going to be at a similar level to the previous match.
85.
It will be frustrating for Bates, having seen how the other 2 rivals perform. They're going to end up with 2 points, and he might not. In position here, though, to get a leg on the board because he has.
91. I've only recorded 156.
Well, I was going to say he has 6 darts, but that smart thinking from Conan Whitehead means he might not. He might only have 3.
Indeed, he'll just look to turn the corner here, and
59.
those
Only
2
require
blockers
170.
didn't help Bates at all. 97 after 12 ain't too shabby.
He's not done much wrong in this match, but he hasn't had a dart at double in it yet.
Only require 97.
He's got to go treble 19 here. There's no other route.
Double 18, he gets a dart in the
Game
end.
the third leg.
Good rescue out of that from Owen
Bates.
Bates. Kept his composure, kept his rhythm. Knew exactly what he needed after the misfire, and he's half the deficit in the match.
Just did not let that first dart
Fourth leg,
hinder
it's
him
Conan
at
to
all,
throw
did he?
first. Game on.
Still positive with the 90 left. That was for the holder throw as well.
$41.
Opportunity knocks for Bates here. The poor start from Conan.
60.
Blocked it slightly himself with his second dart, and the third clattered into it. Maybe a
58.
move would have been the answer there.
$58.
He moved that time after seeing his dart blocks.
36. $60.
It's game 12 of 15, so everybody still has one more to play. Next, Osbourne against Hayes, then Butler takes on Bates before Whitehead closes the session against Leonard Gates.
100. $45.
They've now hit a lull in proceedings, I think, that shows the importance of this leg.
42.
Both seem to have gone off together here.
Yeah, everything seems a little bit slow and steady, but this might change things.
140. $55. And you record 138. 58.
Yeah, pointing at his dart there, Bates. Trying to direct it in the right spot.
137. And you require 80.
A chance to go 2-2, but pressure has been asserted from Whitehead. Are we going to see that flat one? Yes, we did.
60. Conan, you require 32.
That purpose flat dart that he throws.
Game shown the
He
fourth
used
leg.
to try and
Conan Whitehead.
stop the bed being blocked, but to no avail.
Fifth leg is Owen to
So
throw
Whitehead
first.
moves
Game on.
within one of a second successive 4-1 victory. Just to put you in the picture, if
100.
that is the case, or if Whitehead at least does go on and get victory by any margin, it will mean that we have a two-way tie at the top of the table. A table for two, you might say, fittingly for today.
39.
Gates and Osbourne both on 12. Bates would be on 10. Butler on 8. Hayes on 6. And Conan Whitehead would join him on that amount.
100. 53. 45.
Poor visit there from Bates. Really needed to put his foot on the accelerator in case Conan has a double treble visit. And that is exactly what's happened and put him right back in the leg. Like we say, this is all about learning. And learning for Owen Bates. Not too much to learn from Conan, a former champion of the MODUS Super Series. He knows what it takes to get to that grand final and win.
57.
Maybe one thing he can take from the last couple of days is that being relaxed seems to bring out the best darts in him. We've just seen there a couple of times he's tried to pump himself up, and it's resulted in a couple of scrappy visits. We've seen his best stuff when he's been a little bit more carefree.
The fluidity of the arm movement and everything is just so different when he's a little bit carefree. The Bates here.
90. Conan, you record 127.
He's himself 64. No. Conan, a big fat no when he hit the treble one. It's 64 left
64
for Whitehead. So it'd be across to the 8s and the 16s, and whichever is his preferred
79.
double.
Owen, you require 64.
Owen should go the same way. So it's a big 16 now for double top to go 3-2 and peg one back.
44. Conan, you require
Not to be.
48.
So Whitehead has 48 for the match.
Double top then. Oh, great guide. Surely. Well, I think he thought he was in. He must have thought he was in. It was that good. Bates thinks it's going. It is going. It's gone. And Whitehead has won.
Conan Whitehead.
So, 4-1 win for Conan Whitehead. Not the average he did in his last game, but did enough to have both players dropped off. 4 out of 6 on the checkouts. As we head into a short break, we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conan Whitehead has got the better of Owen Bates by 4 legs to 1. That completes our 4th cycle of matches. So let's have a quick check and see how the table is shaping up as we head into our final round of fixtures for the day. As you can see, Gates and Osbourne tied at the top on 12, Bates on 10, and Butler on 8, Whitehead on 6, Hayes on 6. We said it was going to be a tight table, and that is exactly how it is panning out to be. Everything to play for between now and roughly this time tomorrow afternoon. Anyway, let's get into our final round of matches for the day. It sees Gary Hayes in action. He takes on Colin Osbourne here at the Super Series. And in the commentary box, it's our super lineup. And I suppose every single commentary combination's got to have its own distinctive name. Mitchell and Murphy is like your solicitor's firm in the commentary box.
Thanks, H. Well, yeah, we do have the right name. Probably more for a comedy show more than anything. But here we go. We've got
Okay,
Gary,
first leg, it's Gary to
Hayes.
throw first.
Gary
Game
Hayes.
on.
taking on Colin Osbourne.
60. $96.
Slight technical issue there with our scoreboard. So we do apologise for that. Players are finding it amusing.
Just some technical issue I can see. Sorry, I've just walked back into the commentary box. Caught me unaware. What's happened here?
Well, both players have had a throw, and I think one score went on the wrong side of the commentary on the...
Gary scored 60.
Yeah,
Colin scored 96.
Gary opened up with 60. Colin scored 96.
Where we go?
And they weren't quite put into the scoreboard correctly, or the scoreboard had a little malfunction. It all looks good now.
60.
Yeah, either the scoreboard or the person putting them in. I'll let you decide.
It's all sorted now. That's all that we need to know.
96.
Well, look, better to happen in the very first visit than right near the end of the match, because might not have been chuckles from the players on the stage.
100.
19 staying there. Then should be the ball now.
139.
He's got it spot on to ensure he leaves himself on 170. Advanced counting there from Osbourne.
Masterful counting there from Osbourne.
96. Colin, you've got 170.
So here we go. He threw the right darts to leave it, but unfortunately, he hasn't quite thrown the right darts
7.
to hit it.
Well, he was on a finish. He's not anymore.
Exactly. Masterful counting to leave 170. Horrible counting to leave 163. And I'm sure he'll have a little chuckle to himself after the game once he bumps into our 2 referees we have here, our resident referees, who will enjoy reminding him of that fact.
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't really the counting that was the problem to leave 163. It was the throwing, wasn't it? Treble 1, 1, treble 1. And he may just lose the leg. It was all going so well for Colin Osbourne, but then as quickly as he carved out the chance, he completely self-destructed. And it goes Hayes' way.
Second against Colin to throw first. $96. 60.
Osbourne's last outing of the day, of course, and if he wins the match, he'll finish on 14 points, which is an absolutely superb effort,
100.
considering he was on 4 points when the day started. It would be 5 from 5.
Yeah, indeed. But we always
60.
knew that that was his capabilities. As with many others in the group, you know, we could see it again tomorrow.
Well, we said, didn't we, right at the start of the day, that actually his performances
40.
weren't reflected in results. And I know that players that have been here a few times expect it to balance out. But that's exactly what's happened for Colin Osbourne. He's probably deserving of at
83.
least the amount of points he's got already.
133.
More masterful counting from Colin Osbourne. 95 would have left him the 170 again. I wonder if that the big fish is one of his targets.
But he can't now do what he did last time and not
95.
leave a
Colin
finish from the next
132.
visit. So all looking good now. Won't be going the bull route because Hayes isn't on a finish. Just see Hayes stretching in the background as well. He won't be used to this
60.
level of constant competitive play, will he?
No, not at all. You know, you probably could do it, you know, you do it in an evening if you have a knockouts in your evenings or whatever, but
131.
early starts here at the
Colin
MODUS Super
72.
Series. 72 apiece here. Osbourne going the 16s route. Double top.
52.
Misses it underneath.
So he
So
requires 72.
Gary Hayes comes back at 72. Going the same route. He will hit the 16 as well. And it's double top for him.
52.
I think he's put his right in the same hole as Colin Osbourne.
Colin, you require
both
20.
just underneath the double top.
So double 10 then for Osbourne.
No score. Gary required 20.
Double 10 then for Hayes.
Well, lads, who wants it?
10. Colin, you require 20.
Double 10 then for Osbourne.
$15. Gary required
Fails
10.
to find it. So Hayes looking for the target in double 5 that he's just seen. Osbourne miss. That looks like a decent guide. Shouldn't cause him a problem.
Game shot on the second leg.
Gets there in the end.
Hayes.
Gary Hayes has won a scrappy one now. He had a scrappy old leg with Owen Bates
Third against
earlier,
Gary
which he
to throw
lost.
first. Game on.
And now he's found the darts to win a scrappy leg. And like we said then, as
60.
to now, when you win the scrappy legs, it's still the same 1 point on your side of the scoreboard as it is if you do an 11 darter.
Well, we mentioned Osbourne's won all 4 of his matches, but we also
140.
noted that it was a very scrappy performance from him in his previous victory. This could be coming, couldn't it? Osbourne's level has definitely dropped, and you could even see a scenario where
100.
Conan Whitehead, so carefree, could easily get the better of Leonard Gates. And if Bates wins in between those 2 defeats, then we're back to having a 3-way tie at the top of the table at the end of the day.
And that doesn't sound so far-fetched as it should.
60.
It is definitely plausible. A plausible outcome.
80.
What is for certain is that we're going to get a proper race tomorrow, a proper grandstand finish, whether it be between 2 players, 3 players, maybe even 4. If Larry Butler
43.
can win the match against Bates, he'd be on the same points as him. So still very much to play for.
But we're still no closer to who you could see on Saturday night in the grand
30.
final. Tickets available from dartshop.tv.
Well, let me just paint you another scenario. I've just indulged myself once more. If Hayes goes on to win this match, Whitehead beats Gates, Butler beats Bates.
60. Colin,
You only have 4 points
151.
between the entire field. Anything could happen tomorrow then in that scenario.
I think you're overthinking it, Murph. But yes, you're right. It is a
4 points.
scenario that could happen. And
30.
Also, 4 points doesn't seem a lot, but when there are only 10 to play for on the last day, it is quite still a big ask to turn that around, isn't it?
I'm just talking to you as a player, mate, that could have been playing in this situation. And that's one of the things none of us would have ever thought about.
To the point where we've even had a player thinking he was out, and we had to tell him, no, don't go home. You're back in on Saturday night, mate. That was Matt Clark, who actually went on to win the week that week. Didn't realise that he could still get through. He had to win 4-1 to do so. Took out a 1-5-6 checkout to win 4-1. Said, right, I'll see you next time.
10.
Matt, you're in tomorrow.
40.
You had no idea.
Matt is quite a laid-back character at the best of times anyway. He's a friend of mine, and yeah, he's a laid-back character.
Oh, what a lead now for Gary Hayes.
Gary Hayes.
That far-fetched situation that we just spelled out is becoming much more realistic. Colin Osbourne, unbeaten all day, will have to win 4 straight legs
Colin to throw first.
to keep that record going.
There's a few players back in that players' room at this particular moment at the time, watching the TV with interest at this result.
Tournament average for Colin Osbourne
41.
of more than 90. And in this match, you'd think it was me playing.
But at this point, Gary Hayes isn't bothered. He's just trying to chalk up
60.
another win.
$100.
He has had, and it's a big reason why his average is so low, 7 darts at double. Colin Osbourne missed them all.
60.
Gary's had 10 and missed 7. They're both in the same boat here.
180.
Osbourne's found his paddle.
Yeah, he visibly throwing slightly quicker there, not picking the dart. It was there was more rhythm in Osbourne's throw then. A split second quicker with each dart.
140.
And that's a great dart back at him from Gary Hayes. Osbourne gone back to a slightly slower rhythm.
60.
And the result is 60. Another 140 here from Hayes. Oh, he needs a little chat with himself there.
36.
Tried to force it through the gap, and something that maybe he has to learn, that you've got to come out sometimes when your route is blocked. It's tops up here for Osbourne.
80.
Shanghai evades him on this occasion.
A long way back for Colin Osbourne, but he knows that he's got 55. The levels
Colin, you require
to do it.
40.
The first part is get that first double hit. Already missed. Now 3 in this leg.
Game show the
Doesn't
4th
miss any more.
Colin
Took
Osbourne.
him 11 darts to find a double. But he won't be getting whitewashed by Hayes.
5th leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Nice kiss off the barrel there for Valentine's Day to hit that double top. Will that be the spark that lights Osbourne's fire in
60.
this match? $100.
You can see a level of focus now from Colin Osbourne. He's certainly fighting for it. He doesn't think that it's a foregone conclusion. He's put himself in an unenviable position, having to break the throw here. Hold, break again.
Gary Hayes is in the position where
140.
he's not got to overtry here. He's got to relax a little bit more and be somewhere in between, and that's a good start.
Yeah, well, two of the possible legs are on
98.
his throw, aren't they? So you would think he'd get a chance to win the match.
$140.
Might have to carve out the chance for himself because Osbourne has left himself handy after 9 here.
45. Colin, you've got 121. $86.
Caught in two minds there, Osbourne. I think halfway through the throw, he was thinking of going for it. Halfway through, changed his mind, and ultimately ended up missing the big 10 to leave 35.
49.
Yeah, basically in the same position
Colin
he would have
McGuire,
been if he'd have gone for the
35.
bull and missed it. Needs to burn a dart to get to a double.
3.
Well, I said Gary
Gary
Hayes would
McGuire,
get an opportunity to win the match.
164.
I wasn't sure it would be such an outside chance, but this is for the game.
Bit like back in the day when Mr. Taylor was at his height and everybody said, oh, yeah, give you a
53.
chance to win the set.
Colin
164,
McGuire,
161, 167.
That must be how it felt there for Hayes.
Game show
Osbourne
the fifth
certainly
leg.
lifted his level
Colin
here.
Osbourne.
This now to force a decider. Remember, he's looking to make it
Sixth leg, it's Colin
5
to throw
wins from 5
first.
today and leave
Game
himself
on.
sitting pretty at the top of the table when all is said and done. With 1 day left to play.
$24.
This is the important leg for Osbourne, and he hasn't started it well at all.
$81.
Been a notable slip in standard, hasn't there, for the last 4 or 5 matches?
Is fatigue setting in? Is fatigue setting in? It was
99.
quite a few 4-3s yesterday, and the day was quite a long day yesterday.
Yeah, all the players kind of yesterday averaging in the 80 to 90 column.
60.
Osbourne today, for most of the day, averaging regularly in the 90s, but we've seen that slip into the 70s now.
$70.
The honeymoon period and the excitement of being part of the Super Series yesterday is over. The reality is now.
Well, the other thing we don't always know is what the players, I have to
100.
be careful how I phrase this. I was going to say get up to on a night, but what I mean is some of them might go to practice, others go to local tournaments, things like that, and some
30.
might just try and rest. And, you know, it's different courses for different horses, but you can overdo it, can't you?
I think so. I think for me, if I was, I would do the latter. I think I would rest.
82.
It's usually my choice, and I'm not even throwing them. I'm just sat here.
Yeah, absolutely. I had an early night last night as well. I got back, did some more work, and I was like in bed by 10 o'clock last night, absolutely shattered.
180.
Try 3 o'clock, Scott.
Yeah, I hadn't even thrown a dart, and I was shattered by 10, so.
Well, brilliant 180 from Colin Osbourne, and it looks likely to go the distance, this one.
82.
And it came from
Colin
nowhere
McGuire,
a little bit, that
98.
180. It is a battle of attrition here.
But if it doesn't go, this 98, then Hayes has a better chance to win than he did in the previous leg. And it doesn't. So it was 164 he came to the board needing last time. Now
82.
96. He's got to be thinking, get it done, Gary.
McGuire, 96.
Look at it and throw at it.
$77.
Just inside the
Colin
double
McGuire,
19. Ironic,
16.
both players went for the same double there. But Osbourne's coming back. Tense, nervous headache here.
No score.
Oh, and that was well
Gary
wide
requiring
and
19.
well not handsome at all.
Big number will feel tiny, but that's a perfectly pitched dart. Double eight. And Gary Hayes ends Osbourne's dominance today. He won his first 4 matches, but he can't make it 5 from 5. And Hayes, well, he might just keep himself in the picture with that. He's on to 8 points. Colin Osbourne pegged back. He will end the day on 12, which gives Leonard Gates the opportunity to pull clear at the top of the table. He faces Conan Whitehead in the last game. Before that, though, Larry Butler faces Owen Bates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gary Hayes has ended Colin Osbourne's perfect day. It will not be a 5-star day for the man from Middlesbrough. Gary Hayes sealing forward to success there. 2 more matches to go then here at the Super Series on Valentine's Day. Larry Butler taking on Owen Bates. A couple more matches to go. We'll join our couple in the commentary box. And I've got to say, I'm envious of you two. You know, table for 2, and like every Valentine's Day, I'm left stuck on my own.
Well, H, we're as snug as a bug in a rug here in the commentary box. Enjoying today's play. 2 more to go for you. As we get to the end of the day, these ones get more important. Owen Bates now has a chance to turn over Larry Butler and join the group at the top on 12. Oh, Larry Butler has a chance to turn Owen Bates over, and he will join the party on 10 points and pull the group right up tighter together at the top.
Game on.
Yeah, I'm not going to follow Henry's Valentine's Day talk about being on his own with the obvious Owen Bates jokes. I'll leave that one to your imagination. As the Master takes on the Eagle in the penultimate match of the day.
125.
Big match as well, isn't it, for Bates? If he does win it, he's just seen Colin Osbourne falter at the final hurdle.
It's not just about 62. That. If he does win it, and he'll leave the place happier today, and be more confident coming back tomorrow. It's a big game for him. You know, all that will have gone before will be, or need to be, forgotten, because ultimately it stops you, but he'll be feeling happier
96
if he finishes the day with a win.
As for Larry Butler, though, he can actually join
45.
Bates on 10 points and keep himself 2 points off the top for now. Leonard Gates, of course, in action against Conan Whitehead, but suddenly the Barbarian looks a different beast.
Yeah, indeed he does. I said earlier he had a role to play, even if it was a spoiler. And there's no bigger chance to be a spoiler than the last game against Leonard Gates. And Bates turns the leg on its head there with a 180.
134, and then you require 70.
Harry Butler, big darts there. So 20 for double 16, stands back, has a good look. I like the way he did that.
Shot on the first leg.
And that's what he didn't do earlier on a shot with 112. He threw the dart so quickly. Just had a little moment
to throw first. Game on.
to gather his thoughts, and then in he went. A little bit Rob Cross style, you know,
40.
that's something that all the younger lads have been watching him stand back. Big rub on his trousers with his hand, and then throw his dart at the double.
60.
And it's something you're seeing creeping in more. Bit like when Eric Bristow used to cock his finger out when he used to throw his dart, and everybody in the pub thought that was the way to do it. So they all flicked their little pinky out and started throwing. And there's things and that they see on the TV that people do, particularly with the PDC coverage now, that there's so much of it.
43.
Another one is everybody standing on top of the hockey, Gary Anderson style, isn't it? And giving it just a little kick and then away you go. So few of these traits from the top players now coming down through.
I think with the youngsters as well, the likes of Owen Bates, just the speed, having grown up watching Adrian Lewis, Michael Van Gerwen, Gary Anderson, etc. for a long time, because Phil Taylor was the one that everybody watched. It'd be a much more methodical way of throwing darts.
171.
But a lot more speed in a lot of the younger players in their actions. It's always like this from Owen, one motion, isn't it? No real aim.
Yeah, it's MBG, it's Michael Smith, it's Ricky Evans. It's you know, that's exciting to watch, isn't it?
Great previous visit from Larry.
57. I mean, you've got 164.
But only leaves something similar to Owen Bates here. We're going to see a blockbuster before the end of the day. Not from Bates. What about Butler?
60. Larry require 170.
Wrong bed for Butler.
80. I mean, it require 104.
Modern way for this seems to be treble 16, but maybe treble 18 for Owen Bates. And now it's double 16. Oh, lovely. Brilliantly executed finish.
Owen
A man with a
Bates.
plan, and he pulled it off perfectly.
So look, it's Larry to throw first. Game on.
2 darts at double 16 for Owen Bates and 2 hits. Let's check out stats read 2 from 2. 100%. But again, tidy old start to this game.
45.
Yeah, Butler not getting the chance to harm his average, because the brilliant doubling from Bates has meant that Larry hasn't had a go at a double yet in this match.
58.
I have to say, fair play to Bates here. He really has regrouped in the gap that he had in his matches.
303 here would leave the 170. Not going to happen.
39. $60.
First dart for Bates there was a problem dart. Get past.
28.
Larry once again being The spotter's nightmare, where he's all over the
80.
board. Keeping our spotter today, Marco Meyer, on his toes.
85.
Should get it right, though, shouldn't he? He's a professional.
Couldn't agree more there, Murph. Couldn't agree more.
140. Larry Rook, 151.
Look at that. Professional shooting, professional spotting.
76.
Larry Butler and Marco
Only
Meyer,
require
a marriage
36.
made in heaven.
Game shot on the third leg. Owen Bates.
3 from 3 now for Owen Bates. His double stats looking very
It's Owen
impressive.
to throw first. Game on.
92 average for Bates.
Yeah, 3-0 lead. Not looking good
60.
for Larry.
Good spot, I can see it. It's always in the eyes.
60.
If you are wondering, by the way, we do mention spotters if
100.
you're not well versed in the terminology in darts. A spotter is the person who predicts where the darts player is going to throw so that the camera gets it right. So you see all the darts going in.
92.
Sometimes you can get a referee that's so good while you're throwing, you happen to catch his eye, they can give away where you should be throwing as a player.
28.
It's a job that is shared, isn't it? You mentioned Marco Meyer letting secrets, trade secrets here, but spotting today. Owen Bates does it sometimes. We've had Kirk Bevins
55.
doing some spotting. Hugh Ware. They're all pretty good at both jobs.
It's a bit like a penalty taker waiting for the keeper to dive,
140.
seeing which way he goes before you take the penalty. And if you're clever as a player, you can actually sometimes read
101.
a referee's mind.
$98.
Good last dart that leaves him on a 2-darter. Larry Butler still has not had a dart at double in this match. Owen Bates still has not missed a dart
57.
at double in this match.
Only requires 75.
Looks like he's going 51. 18 for double top. And a perfect 100% checkout finish.
Owen Bates.
It's a 4-0 win for Owen Bates as he puts Larry Butler to the sword. There we go. Not too shabby on the averages. We head into the break. We have one more game to go.
Well, that was rapid fire, wasn't it, from Owen Bates to get the better of Larry Butler by 4 legs to 0 in game 14. An average just under 90, a high check at a 104, and 4 out of 4 on his doubles. So, one final game to go in this Tuesday session here at the Super Series, and it sees Conan Whitehead take on Leonard Gates. And watching this one with us in the commentary box, let's hand over to Scott Mitchell and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. One final fling on this Valentine's Day then, a meeting between the Barbarian Conan Whitehead, our winner of the inaugural Super Series. The Series 1 champ takes on the Soldier from Houston. We'll have to get that graphic updated. Wrong spelling of Soldier. Need to slap somebody's wrist there. There's the correct one. Basically, he's got soul, but he's not a soldier. And his goal in this one is to pull clear at the top of the table going into the final day of this group. If Leonard Gates wins here, he's going to be on 14 points, 2 clear of Osbourne and Bates.
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
But I think it's fair to say that Conan Whitehead's on the charge.
Yeah, he will be. He will be, because although he can't top the group, he'll be looking for that
94.
more favourable Group B to compete in on Thursday and Friday.
85. $140.
Relax, Colin. Relaxed. Conan is back, sorry.
140. Conan's last score was 140.
All is correct, and Conan carries on.
60.
Great spot by the referee. Shiny shoes, Owen Bates.
You know, it is important as well because most players do, but some players don't notice things like that.
140.
No, as a player, you can get in the zone and you wouldn't notice if you're not a big scoreboard watcher. A lot of players will throw three goes and then take a look at the scoreboard after, 9 darts.
Yeah, well, there was one at the weekend. John Part was
40.
on, I can't remember the exact
Danger
score.
136.
But with his last dart, he had 75 left, hit a treble 17. The ref had called too many, 128 rather than 118. And then when he came back, he said, you require double 7. And he just went up and hit it, no question, when he'd actually intentionally left double 12.
96. Conan, you've got 167.
I know I've done it in the past where I've counted the leg in my head and then got it wrong at the end.
Oh, what a way this would be to start the final match.
The
We haven't seen anything like that today.
Conan Whitehead.
Absolutely sublime from the Barbarian. A 1-6-7 finish. Fantastic
Second
stuff.
leg is Leonard to throw first. Game on. 140.
If I remember rightly, the best game of yesterday was the last one. It featured Conan Whitehead and Colin Osbourne, and it was a brilliant game of darts. Maybe we're going to be treated to something
43.
even better here.
No, totally relaxed in the finish.
95.
Never looked like that last dart was going anywhere else because of the way that he threw the first two.
57.
Now, this is where Leonard is liable to leave himself on a bogey. Well, he won't because of the brilliance of his scoring.
180.
Well, if 86 is a bogey where you come from, Murph, then I don't think I'm going to carry on playing. I've had enough.
Yeah, a ton would have not been a good score, but you can't
86.
argue with the maximum. You carry on, Lenny. Brilliant response to that. 1-6-7.
78. 78. Leonard, you require 8.
So for Leonard Gates to actually win the leg. Double 2. Well, does he? We could bust here.
Game show
why
the
would he bust?
second
Look,
leg.
everything that I suggest Leonard Gates does, he doesn't do, and he's always proved right.
I like that. I like using all 3 darts. It seems you don't have to carry one to the board. It's just
Then
dead
it's
handy.
Conan to throw first. $100.
He'll be going up for a chat with Henry at the end of this match, Scott, so I won't ask your prediction yet, because I'm sure Henry will do that about who's going to win the group.
125.
It's going to be exciting, isn't it, the running tomorrow?
Well, it's difficult to say, really. I think everybody there in that top sort of 4 has had a little blip today at some point or another and felt the pressure of being at the top of the group. So it will be interesting how the first 2 games go tomorrow. It really is. You can't have a blip tomorrow in those first 2 games because you could find yourself out of it. And everybody's looking for that couple of days off before Saturday, and you know, so everybody wants to top the group. There is an advantage to having a couple of days rest.
Yeah, looking like a 3-horse race between Gates, Osbourne and Bates for top spot. Larry Butler and Gary Hayes have 8 points. Conan Whitehead would join them on 8
100.
if he wins this match.
$60.
I said at the start of proceedings yesterday morning, I felt it was a very evenly matched group. And should Conan
60.
win this, it will be a very evenly matched group. 8 says
174. And
what a shot there from Conan to set himself up.
Forcing Gates to take this out, and he's not going to.
100. Conan, you require 24.
Six is up now. 1 dart at it.
Game show
And
the
a good
third
dart.
leg.
You hear a
Conan
little
Whitehead.
go on from Conan. Finding his mojo here in the last game of the day.
First.
And to be fair, he found it a couple of games ago once. The reality of the group winner had pretty much set sail on him.
Just to put you in the picture about the order of play tomorrow, the first match will be
86.
Owen Bates against Larry Butler. The match we've just seen Bates win 4-0. Then it'll be Leonard Gates against Colin Osbourne in the second game. So 2 of the players that are going to be at the top of the table, possibly tied
100.
with Bates on 12 points. Whitehead will then take on Hayes. And right at the end of the day,
100.
penultimate match, Owen Bates is taking on Leonard Gates. So we could have some significant matches right at the start and really key games, potentially. Winner takes all match right at the end.
So make sure you're with us at 9:30 tomorrow, because all the action's going to happen in those first batch of 3 games. Will it dictate who goes out and wins Group A?
Leonard Gates still looking for that advantage, putting a 2-point buffer, putting himself in pole position.
100.
If he can win this match, that's what he will do. If he doesn't, then it's a 3-way tie on 12 at the top and a 3-way tie on 8 at the bottom.
97. Leonard, you require 80.
So it'll be treble 20 for double 10 here for Leonard. Got to be careful there. Lovely. Now it's double top.
40. Conan, you require 160.
His finishing yesterday was his strongest attribute. Today he's been left wanting at times.
33. Leonard, you require 40.
This is a really good performance, though, from Leonard Gates as he looks to level up and try and use that.
Game show on the
Last
fourth
start
leg.
in hand.
Leonard
It is
Gates.
2 out of 9 As Scott just alluded to, his doubling has been nowhere near the standard from yesterday.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
If he
Game
had
on.
sharpened that up in this match, well, not only would he probably be winning the game after 4 legs, but he'd maybe even be averaging in 3 figures.
60.
Yeah. I mean, he's thrown everything there at Conan, but Conan's still there. 2-2. I'd say that
41.
those stats are probably Conan's been better on his own throw. He hasn't really looked like threatening Leonard's throw yet.
Did have that incredible 167 checkout as well, of course.
Yes, yeah, to save himself, but Leonard's not doing on Conan's throw what he's doing on his own throw. He's commanded his first 2 offs, if you like, but hasn't again really got to a position to threaten Conan too much. Early doors here in leg 5.
$140.
2 treble turn just gets him back in the picture in this 5th leg. White trying to force them through. We'll switch to the 18s now. Something that he does more than any other player in this group. He'll often opt to use the 18s rather than the 19s. Feels maybe a less taxing switch for him.
45.
A la Dennis Priestley, of course, used to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed he did. Conan switched to the 18s.
98.
Yeah. Good thinking, leaving himself a 2 darter. 100.
Now then, Leonard. Now then, Leonard.
100.
But even when he gets it wrong, he gets it right. I'm going to shut up. Single 20. Wouldn't have left to finish, but he found the treble.
60. Leonard, you're 130.
I think there was a slight attempt, a half-hearted attempt at tops there from Conan Whitehead.
$57. Conan, you require 40.
A 3-2 lead.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Conan Whitehead.
It could be the last leg of the match, but as Scott painted the picture earlier, he hasn't really attacked the Gates throw at any point yet.
Gates has been good on his own throw, is the problem for Conan, and
140.
he's actually started that way again.
$85. $82.
Not sure why he went back up there. I think another treble 19 was inviting there.
140.
You see there, he actually, we talked about this starting position, didn't we? Actually walked to the middle of the hockey at first and then decided to move across to the left.
60.
Get the chance to speak to Leonard, maybe not immediately, but if I get the chance to speak to him this week, I might ask him about that, because he seems to have 2 set starting positions.
81.
There you see, he's pretty much just left of centre, but earlier on he was quite far to the left.
Yeah, he was a long way left to centre. I'd say stay there, Leonard. Wherever you've put your foot there, make a mark. Stay there.
Certainly making his mark in this match, and it is indeed a proper darting ding-dong to end the day's play.
Leonard, you require 42.
That's double 16 then coming in for Leonard Gates.
Game show on the 6th leg. Leonard
do
Gates.
Indeed go to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
10 points in the averages. Even Steven on the scoreboard.
55.
Only Only 55 for Conan Whitehead. We said that he's been good in his own throw, but here might be the moment. The opening.
100.
The opening that Gates has been waiting for.
$60.
Got Mitchell on his way to join Henry to analyse the action this afternoon.
100.
Finally, a bit of Valentine's Day company for Henry Deacon.
60.
But it might not be the end to the day that Conan Whitehead was hoping for. And it'll be Leonard who's loving it
60.
at the top of the table.
$100. $100.
Still in the balance. Whitehead is going to leave something. Oh, he's left something handy. And Leonard Gates may have to take out a whopper to win the match. Treble 19. Oh, would have left double 12. You can see Gates can't quite believe it. It's not in, Leonard. Sorry, mate. Conan Whitehead giving himself a right. Old Ryle up there in the background. He wants this. He's won his last two. Then it's double 16 for Whitehead to win. And that means that we are going to have a real race on our hands tomorrow. 3 players, including Leonard Gates, tied on 12 points at the top of the table. The rest of the field by no means mathematically out of the picture. Whitehead, Butler and Hayes all on 8. But Gates goes down to Whitehead, who took out that whopping 167 checkout and won the match 4-3. Henry.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. Victory for Conan Whitehead in that last game against Leonard Gates. And he said that he was going to make a bit of a push on Tuesday. Towards the end, he most certainly did. Yeah,
I mean, look, the games tomorrow morning are just absolutely inviting in that first batch of 3. Is that going to dictate who wins Group A? That's the question. Who gets the best night sleep overnight? And then who comes back and starts best tomorrow morning?
So let's have a look then at the table at the 2/3 stage of the group, because, well, it couldn't be any tighter than that. You're tied with 3 at the top, and even Whitehead, Butler and Hayes, if one of them has a good day tomorrow and there's a couple of slip-ups just above, you can't even rule them out.
Well, look at Conan. He's jumped from the bottom now up to 4th, and he's looking at Group B now. So there's still everything to play for tomorrow. Everybody thinks there might be a few dead rubbers there, but there isn't tomorrow. It's a rarity.
We called Tuesday moving day here at the Super Series, and it most certainly was that for Colin Osbourne. 4 wins out of 5.
Indeed, he started the day really well, and I think it could have been more than that. If he'd have kept his average up towards the end, I don't know whether fatigue hit him or whatever, but he's right where he wants to be. He wasn't worried about not doing so well yesterday, but his averages were there, and he shone through today.
You said that tonight might be a big night, just to kind of get prepared for tomorrow, have a good night's sleep, things like that. Is it probably bigger for Owen Bates than anyone else in that top 3 at least, anyway?
No, he's a kid. He only needs 2 hours sleep anyway. He'll be fine. I think he ended today well with that win, and I think that will see him in good stead. Had he lost that, he would come back a little bit more apprehensive tomorrow. He's still going to be in good spirits, and I think he still feels secretly he can take this group.
It's going to be quite good tomorrow. It's set up quite nicely.
It's set up lovely. Who's going to do what? We don't know. We've got to wait a few hours now, and we come back and we'll find out.
Which means you need to join us tomorrow morning at 9:30. Well, it was a Valentine's Day at the darts here at the MODUS Super Series, and, well, nothing really to separate Group A. So whatever you're doing for the rest of the day, take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.